Chapter 5680. Lin Xian and his group landed at the Black Demon Race. Many people from the Black Demon Race were already waiting below. Leading the group were two elders. Their wide black robes covered their bodies. Their eyes were filled with excitement. This must be Lin Gongzi. Seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. The people from the Black Demon Race all looked at Lin Xian. One of the elders walked over and grabbed Lin Xian's hand, not letting go. He looked very friendly. Shui Yunru and the others were muttering in their hearts. Why did it feel like these people were looking at a treasure? This was just what they thought. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Lin Xian also smiled and greeted these people. When the elder shook hands with him, there's a trace of demonic qi surrounding him. Obviously, the other party was testing him. He didn't leave any traces and gently counterattacked. His body was a divine body. This elder couldn't break it at all. After discovering that Lin Xian's body was strong, the elder of the Black Demon Race also let go of his hand. He smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, please rest for a while. We have prepared a banquet in the evening to welcome you." Everyone invited Lin Xian and the others to the black-stained plumes. The 9-story pagoda was incomparably dark and surrounded by demonic qi. The interior was even more luxurious. The young masters of the chosen immortal race were also shocked after seeing it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm. These external things were all ephemeral. Only one's own strength was eternal. He said, "You must be tired. Rest for a while." In the evening, Demon Ling came again and invited Lin Xian and the others away. Everyone left the black-stained plumes and headed for the Black Demon Hall. This hall was even more majestic and extraordinary. It seemed to have been built by an ancient demon god. The pitch-black stone pillars were covered with demonic runes. Even the soul of a boundary emperor would be lost if it probed here. Sure enough, the immortal demon bull took a look and shook its head. "No, this old bull is about to faint." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and curiously sized up the entire palace. He was surprised. As expected of the devil race from the celestial land, their heritage was really long. These demonic patterns contain the great Tao. He silently chanted the demonic summoning scripture in his heart and corresponded with it to comprehend the demonic path. "Young master, please." Seeing that Lin Xian had stopped outside the hall for a while, Devil Ling spoke again. Lin Xian retracted his gaze, nodded, and walked in. "Come, Lin Gongzi, this way, please." This time, there were even more elders, only 8 of them. Other than that, there were countless middle-aged and young geniuses. There were more than 100 Black Demon clan members in the hall. These people warmly invited Lin Xian over. The group of people took their seats, and the banquet began. "Come, Lin Gongzi, have a taste of our Black Devil Clan's spirit wine. This is a demonic beast unique to our immortal soul realm. Have a taste." After 3 rounds of wine, Shui Yunru, young Master Shinli, and the others were incomparably happy. The treatment of following Lin Xian was really good. Even if they followed their ancestors here, they probably wouldn't receive such treatment. After all, the Black Devil Clan was much stronger than their clan. "Lin Gongzi, I heard that your strength is extraordinary. You have the demeanor of a young great emperor. I also heard that you are a Devil Dao expert. I wonder if it's true?" At this time, Devil Ling spoke. Her topic seemed to have opened the floodgates. The surrounding Black Devil Clan members all turned their heads to look. Immediately, someone laughed. "Is that true? Lin Gongzi, I wonder if you can show us some Devil Dao techniques, and let us have a look." "Yes, Lin Gongzi, you are so powerful. I think your Devil Dao techniques must be very terrifying. Lin Gongzi, please enlighten us." The young Black Devil Clan members all spoke. Lin Xian smiled faintly. "I'm not worth mentioning in front of your Black Demon Race, so I won't embarrass myself." He shook his head slightly. A few elders looked at each other and let the young disciples invite him. However, Lin Xian only smiled and didn't speak. At this time, a middle-aged man stood up and said, Lin Gongzi, you are too humble. Who doesn't know that Lin Gongzi is powerful? Your reputation has already spread to our immortal soul region. Why don't we exchange some pointers? You can also give me some pointers. He was already very polite. However, there was a trace of devil chi blooming in his eyes. No matter what, they had to make him fight today. It's not that I can't give you pointers. However, another day. I'm tired today. Lin Xian drank a cup and said indifferently. This made the middle-aged man frown. This guy felt like he didn't know where to start. No matter what they said, the other party didn't seem to have any intention to fight. At this time, in the Black Devil clan, a burly man was angry. He slammed the table and stood up. Kid, we gave you face, but you don't want it. Our Black Devil clan kindly invited you to a banquet and let you show off your skills. Could it be that you look down on our Black Devil clan? His angry shout startled Shui Yunru and the others. Kuang Yiming and the others also darkened their faces. The immortal demon bull also said, Why did it feel like the atmosphere was not right? Ziyin said, These people are too much. The Prince of Strength also snorted, That's right. Lin Gongzi is an important guest. Is this how you treat a guest? Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said indifferently, My power is not for you to show off. You want to exchange pointers with me? I'm afraid you are not qualified. You dare to look down on me? The burly man from the Black Devil clan jumped up. The devil law on his body condensed into a black hammer and smashed towards Lin Xian. It was like an ancient mountain with black clouds pressing down on the city. Shui Yunru and the others trembled. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the man. He activated his Rinnegan and attacked the man's soul. In mid-air, the burly man from the Black Devil clan fell to the ground. He was foaming at the mouth. His soul was injured and he fainted. He was really weak. The immortal demon bull also saw that these people were deliberately looking for trouble. He sneered, You can't even withstand a glance from the prince. You still have the face to exchange pointers? Kuang Yiming also sneered, I think you should continue drinking for the sake of your family. Opposite, the people from the Black Devil clan were shocked. They did not expect this guy's soul to be so strong. What should they do? The young disciples did not dare to fight. The 8 elders conversed in low voices. One of them said, Let's just do it directly. At this moment, the 8th elder stood up and said, Lin Gongzi, we heard that you have obtained the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. Is that true? Shui Yunru and the others were even more shocked. The inheritance of the Devil Emperor? Could it be that these people were after? They did not dare to think further. Lin Xian smiled. After talking so much, you finally can't wait anymore. You invited me here for the inheritance of the Devil Emperor, right? He had already realized that the Black Devil clan had other motives. However, he did not care. He would beat them at their own game and see what they were up to. That's right. The other elders also stood up. The 3rd elder said, Since Lin Gongzi knows about it, we will be straightforward. Lin Gongzi, why don't we make a deal? If you give us a portion of the inheritance of the Devil Emperor, the Black Devil clan will give you a great opportunity. Chapter 5681. Shui Yunru and the others were completely shocked. Just as they had guessed, these people were up to no good. They all stood up and pulled out their swords and sabers. Their bodies were filled with laws. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, they would attack with all their might. Did they want to fight? Mo Linger and the others also stood up. Hundreds of Black Demon Clan experts covered the entire hall. Damn it. Feeling the strong pressure, Shui Yunru and the others turned pale. The difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. These Black Demon Clan were too despicable to set up a trap. Surrounded by hundreds of top experts, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He still sat there and said with a smile, "Oh, great fortune. What's the situation?" The 8th elder said, "You are a young man. We are all seniors here. Any one of us can give you a few pointers, and you will benefit for the rest of your life. Isn't this a great fortune for you? Young man, hand over the demon emperor's inheritance. Another elder spoke, his tone brooking no discussion. Lin Xian also smiled. According to what you said, if you hand over the core inheritance and immortal techniques of your black demon clan, I will give you a chance. I can also be merciful and give you some pointers. You ate old things after cultivating for so long. You are only a mere quasi-emperor. I guess your strength and talent are very poor. With my pointers, you will benefit for the rest of your life. Pfft. Hearing this, the immortal demon bull laughed. Shui Yunru and the others could not help but laugh. This was giving them a taste of their own medicine. The faces of the 8 elders on the opposite side were extremely ugly. Those from the Black Demon clan also snorted. You dare to challenge our elders? Do you want to die? The surrounding demonic aura exploded, turning into black clouds and rolling over. Between heaven and earth, the terrifying power caused countless cracks to appear in the void. It seemed that with a single order, Lin Xian and the others would be completely destroyed. What? Do you feel anger and anger too? Since you know this feeling, why do you still want my cultivation method? Because you are not worthy. Only our Black Demon clan is worthy of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Those experts of the middle generation roared crazily. The 8 elders also snorted coldly. We've already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame us for bullying you. The murderous aura of these people became even more piercingly cold. Shui Yunru and the others clenched their swords and sabers tightly. They were only waiting for Lin Xian's orders. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and shouted, "Tianji, come out!" A vortex appeared behind him as a figure walked out from it. It was none other than young Master Tianji. The lightning on young Master Tianji's body was still behind. As soon as it appeared, it pierced through the surroundings. The surrounding devilish clouds seemed to have been torn apart. This single person seemed to be able to fight against 1,000,000 experts. What a terrifying young man! This was 6 Crown King. The lightning on his body contained an extremely powerful aura of destruction. When the surrounding people felt this power, their faces turned incomparably solemn. Previously, they had inquired about the news and found out that there was a super expert following the other party who could easily defeat and kill the soul ancestor. Now they finally saw it for themselves. Now that they were in the same situation, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The young disciple's forehead was covered with cold sweat. However, the 8th elder was laughing loudly. "Kid, did you think that we weren't prepared? We already knew that you had a super expert by your side. However, did you think that you'd be able to contend against our black demon race with such means? You're too naive. We have a way to deal with you. Fellow Taoist, please come out." The 3rd elder also cupped his fists and said to the void. At this moment, a chilly wind blew through heaven and earth. Not only was there demonic chi in the surroundings, but there was also a gloomy and cold aura. This aura was like the opening of the gates of hell. The souls of the people from Cloudwater House all trembled. As a quasi-emperor, the immortal demon ox also jumped up at this moment. What was that? It was so terrifying. Not to mention them, even the young disciples of the black demon race subconsciously retreated. They opened up a path. A person wearing a gray robe appeared in the void. This person had a head of gray hair that covered his face. The aura on his body was ice cold. Several chains were tied around his left finger. As he walked, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Following behind him were 5 figures. Those 5 people were also wearing gray robes. They were all wearing masks and their facial features could not be seen. However, there was a murderous sword behind them. Although the sword was not out of its sheath, the murderous aura was shocking. Who was this? Even Mo Lien and the others were surprised. They only knew that this plan was to kill Lin Xian and obtain the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, They did not know the details. In particular, this new powerhouse made their hair stand on end. This person was not from their family. The eighth elder and the others cupped their fists. They had seen the Soul Gatherer before. The Soul Gatherer was an extremely terrifying powerhouse in the legends. He was a quasi-emperor level killer. Mo Ling exclaimed. Another middle-aged man said, I heard that the Soul Gatherer is from the depths of the Deity ground. I didn't expect him to come out. The depths of the Deity ground? This time, the disciples of the Black Demon race all exclaimed in surprise. They were excited. Great, this kid is dead for sure. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against someone from the depths of the Deity ground? If we kill him, the Demon Emperor's inheritance will be ours. These people were extremely excited. The Black Demon race was so powerful. However, they lacked one thing now, and that was the Demon Emperor's inheritance. With the Emperor's inheritance, with their talent and the resources of the Deity ground, they would soon be able to produce a real emperor. After the Soul Gatherer arrived, he stared ahead. He sighed when he saw Empyrean Pole. Who would have thought that he would really die and be refined into a puppet? Speaking of this, he suddenly looked up. The murderous aura in his eyes pierced through the sky. He stared at Lin Xian and said, Little Zhao, how dare you use such a vicious method to refine Prince Tenji? How should you be punished? Oh, you know him? Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that this person was indeed from the depths of the Deity ground. The Soul Gatherer snorted. Yes, I know Prince Tenji. Today I will avenge him. Revenge? Lin Xian smiled. You just want the Emperor's inheritance. You make it sound so dignified. What ability do you have? Show me what you have. Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed. Prince Tenji took a step forward, and the thunder on his body exploded. Then he threw out a palm. The immortal technique, Thunder Palm. Like a palm leaving a bowstring, it swept out with a violent force. Even the experts of the Black Demon clan were frightened and unconsciously retreated. The Soul Gatherer sneered. He waved his sleeve, and his withered hand clawed out. It was the Death God's claw. The two collided, and the immortal technique spread. The power was amazing. Then they both took 2 steps back. As expected of Prince Tenji. He had such strength at such a young age. Unfortunately, he died. I've met you several times before, but we've never fought. Today, I'll see how powerful the Heavenly Thunder Race's immortal technique is. The Soul Gatherer's death aura became more terrifying. Chapter 5682. This person actually blocked young Master Tenji's attack. Shui Yunru and the others were stunned. They had seen with their own eyes how terrifying young Master Tenji was. It was as easy as killing an ant for him to beat their patriarch. But now, the Soul Gatherer in front of them was unscathed. Could it be that the Soul Gatherer was also so terrifying? Lin Xian was also surprised. He narrowed his eyes. As expected of someone from the depths of the Deity ground, he didn't disappoint him. He waved his hand and Tenji rushed out again. The Soul Gatherer on the opposite side also made a move. The phantom of the Grim Reaper appeared behind him. The Grim Reaper's hand kept attacking. On one side was violent and destructive lightning, and on the other side was eerie death chi. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. Everyone retreated to the edge of the main hall. Fortunately, the Black Demon Hall had been passed down for a long time and had a strong defense. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart. But even so, the inside of the palace was still filled with cracks and black holes. Everyone was shocked. The other party was actually able to compete with the Soul Gatherer. Who was this person? They heard that he was called Young Master Tenji and was also from the depths of the Deity ground. No way. He had actually become a puppet. Who did it? The people of the Black Demon race were shocked. The other party was about the same age as them, but he was so terrifying. Such a person was really a peerless genius. The battle between the two was evenly matched. Lin Xian was still sitting there and said with a smile, "Black Demon race, is this what you're relying on?" It's really ridiculous. Are you planning to use this power to suppress me? I'm afraid you can't do it. Kid, don't be arrogant. The eighth elder's face was cold. He didn't expect the soul gatherer to be unable to do anything to the puppet beside the other party. However, they still had a trump card. At this moment, the third elder said, "Old friend, it seems that we have to ask you to make a move." An erratic voice came from the void. "Sure, but the cost of asking me to make a move is not low." The third elder said with a smile, as long as he could kill him, everything was negotiable. As soon as he finished speaking, another figure appeared in the void. This person appeared out of thin air. Even a quasi-emperor couldn't detect him. It was a man with a tall and slender figure. He was dressed like a scholar. However, to be able to be invited by the Black Demon clan to deal with Lin Xian, one could imagine that his strength was not ordinary. When Mo Linger saw this scene, she cried out in alarm. Could it be that Senior was the person who killed the Black Soul Sect's sect master? As soon as these words were spoken, the others were also shocked. The killing soul ancestor was also very terrifying in the immortal soul domain. Its strength was not much different from their Black Demon clan. Perhaps their overall combat strength was not as good as the Black Demon clan's, but it was not much worse. And this time, the sect master of the other party actually came in person. He was definitely an extremely terrifying expert. Shui Yunru and the others were terrified. They had witnessed the killing of a soul ancestor once before. Just a few youngsters had nearly killed them, let alone the fact that the sect master had personally come this time. Not only that, but the third elder of the Black Demon race had also personally come out this time. The devil chi on his body formed an armor that covered his entire body. It was a terrifying force that was incomparably vast. Needless to say, this was yet another terrifying accuracy. Mo Ling, and the others laughed. Mr. Sky Extreme was tied down. Of the remaining people, only the celestial demon cow was safe. But it was not enough to be feared. The others were all below the quasi-emperor level. How could they resist the attacks of two great experts? The killing soul ancestor's sect master stared at Lin Xian. She said, "I heard that you actually attacked me and killed a disciple of the soul ancestor. How should I punish you? Young man, kneel on the ground and break your own arms. Maybe I'll give you a quick death if I'm in a good mood." The third elder looked into the distance and said, "Lin Gongzi, what I said just now still stands. If you hand over the Devil Emperor's inheritance now, we'll still treat you as a guest and give you some pointers. Idiots, do you really think that you can contend against me just by calling a few helpers?" Lin Xian shook his head. These people really knew nothing about strength. He was really disappointed. Seeing this scene, the third elder was also angry. The eighth elder said, "Third elder brother, why are you wasting words with him? Just take him down." The third elder said with a smile, "No, let's make him feel despair. His backing is Mr. Sky Extreme. Suppress that puppet." The third elder walked toward Mr. Sky Extreme. Firstly, he wanted to use this method to make Lin Xian feel despair. Secondly, he was incomparably jealous of Mr. Sky Extreme's puppet. This was a super expert who could fight to a draw with the Soul Gatherer. If he was suppressed and they found a way to control him, wouldn't it mean that their Black Demon clan had another super puppet? Thinking of this, the third elder couldn't wait to make his move. Black Demon Shadow. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of demonic shadows appeared around him and attacked Mr. Sky Extreme. Mr. Sky Extreme roared. Immortal technique, thunder of annihilation. Above his head, endless terrifying thunderbolts appeared and attacked the demonic shadows that filled the sky. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in a 1 versus 2 battle. This scene caused countless people to be shocked. However, 2 more elders came over. The 4 experts attacked together and gradually suppressed Mr. Sky Extreme. Not good. Shui Yunru and the others' expressions changed when they saw this scene. The eighth elder sneered. Kid, did you see that? Although your puppet is powerful, it's nothing in front of our Black Demon clan. We haven't even sent half of our elders, and you've already lost your trump card. What do you have to challenge us now? Kneel on the ground obediently and take out the great emperor's inheritance with both hands. The eighth elder was very proud. Demon Linger said, Lin Gongzi, it's not too late to lower your head. Do you really intend to be enemies with us? Stupid thing. You still dare to fight against our Black Demon clan. You're courting death. That's right. We'll let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. The people of the Black Demon clan also sneered. Lin Xian sighed. You're all really stupid. Who told you that my trump card was this puppet? Why don't you think about how this puppet was refined? Who defeated it? Didn't you investigate this? As soon as he said this, the elders frowned. They were indeed puzzled about this matter. The eighth elder snorted. We know that you might have an expert behind you, but so what? Today, your expert won't be able to save you. After killing you, we'll have the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and a new great emperor will appear soon. So what if the expert behind you knows about it? The third elder snorted. You're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. I'll take down this puppet first. He couldn't wait to subdue this puppet and use it for himself. Lin Xian snorted. You're not qualified to be my opponent. As for this puppet, you're also not my opponent. After saying this, Lin Xian used his Rinnegan again and gave an order. Mr. Sky Extreme was suppressed by the four experts. Suddenly, he roared toward the sky. A heavenly thunder diagram appeared on his forehead. There was a trace of light, red lightning on it. With a boom, he flew out and attacked the third elder. Chapter 5683. Feeling this terrible thunderbolt, the third elder's face changed drastically. However, before he could react, he was hit by the red thunderbolt. He retreated, vomiting blood. His body was covered with cracks, surrounded by endless lightning, and he let out a miserable scream. The other two elders were also swept by this force. They vomited blood, and several cracks appeared on their bodies. The Soul Gatherer was the same. His body was penetrated. Under this blow, all four of them were injured. Countless people were shocked. What kind of thunderbolt was this? The face of the Slayer Soul Sect's leader became extremely ugly. How could it be the aura of the heavenly tribulation? Yes, it was the heavenly tribulation. Lin Xian said lightly, Do you still think you can fight against it? Damn it. The Soul Gatherer's face was cold. The Slayer Soul Sect's leader also stared at Lin Xian. The people of the Black Demon clan exclaimed, Third Elder. They found that the third elder was more seriously injured. His whole body had begun to shatter, and finally even his soul was cracked. He was dead. They were stunned. The power of the heavenly tribulation killed the third elder directly. They couldn't believe it. Damn boy, you dare to kill? The eighth elder shouted angrily. Lin Xian laughed. You all want to kill me. Why? I'm not allowed to kill. Celestial Pole continued to move. After Celestial Pole heard the order, the red thunderbolt on his forehead spread again. A trace of the power of the heavenly tribulation rushed forward. No, run. At this moment, the Soul Gatherer turned around and fled. So did the Slayer Soul Sect's leader. His body was erratic. The eighth elder and the people of the Black Demon clan also fled. They didn't dare to fight back. However, the eighth elder's body was penetrated. Dozens of strong people of the Black Demon clan were also blasted out, and they all died in an instant. Damn it. The people of the Black Demon clan went crazy. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Lin Xian said coldly, With your strength, you dare to have ideas about me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Xian looked around. Those who were seen by him trembled and lowered their heads, one by one. There was no other way. Who knew if the other party would send out the third heavenly tribulation? For a moment, the scene was extremely strange. The people of the black demon race were well prepared. However, they didn't dare to move at all. In fact, they were so scared that they were about to cry. The prince of Herculean strength snorted coldly. "Why aren't you kneeling down and begging Lin Gongzi for mercy?" A furious roar shook heaven and earth. The faces of the people from the black demon race turned ugly. Kneeling and begging for mercy? What kind of joke was this? Are you not convinced? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Young noble celestial pole unleashed another thunderbolt, killing 2 more elders. Next, the soul gatherer killed the soul sect master. They were also seriously injured. Half of their bodies were reduced to nothingness by the lightning tribulation. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Initially, the 2 of them thought that they would be able to get a share of the loot and obtain the heritage of the martial monarch. Now, it seemed that he had really kicked an iron plate. That brat hadn't even made a move yet. Just his puppet alone was already difficult for them to deal with. Now, they wanted nothing more than to run away. The people of the Black Devil clan were even more terrified. In the blink of an eye, half of their 8 elders had died. The others were even more shocked. More importantly, the other party was just a puppet. How could this young man's means be so terrifying? "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and submit," Lin Xian said coldly. Everyone felt a huge pressure. After this opportunity, would the other party destroy all of them? Just as the black demon race was in despair, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. How arrogant! How dare you behave so atrociously in my black demon race? As soon as the voice fell, the void split open. In the sky, a huge black demon claw came charging over. It directly attacked young noble celestial pole. An earth-shattering sound was heard. At this moment, young noble celestial pole was sent flying. The thunderbolt on his body shattered, and his body was penetrated. He retreated to the main hall, smashing through countless voids. What was going on? Shui Yunru and the others were stupefied. Previously, young Master Tianji had swept through all 4 directions, and no one was his match. Now that he was sent flying with a palm, how terrifying was that person? The Soul Gatherer and the Soul Sect Master's pupils shrank. On the contrary, the people of the Black Demon race cheered excitedly. "Patriarch! The Patriarch has come out of seclusion!" "Great! The old man has finally come out." In the void, a man in black armor walked out. His figure was tall and straight, and he looked majestic. He was like a high and mighty god looking down. "Greetings, Patriarch." The surrounding people of the black demon race kowtowed. His aura was so powerful. Shui Yunru and the others also felt a wave of horror when they looked at the sky. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be able to send young noble celestial pole flying with a palm, he had to admit that the other party was indeed an expert. Moreover, he frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt a familiar aura from the other party. In front, the 4 surviving elders were also surprised. They had also sensed an unusual aura. Something's not right? The first elder was puzzled. Although their patriarch's appearance did not change, his aura had become more terrifying than before. There was even a pressure on the soul. Did their patriarch break through? He was very puzzled. The black demon patriarch stepped in the air and looked down. "Young man, you are too impudent. Kneel and hand over the demon emperor's inheritance." A cold voice sounded, carrying an unquestionable tone. Lin Xian smiled. "Your family members have said that before, but those who said it are all dead. You better kowtow and beg for mercy. Otherwise, your end will be worse than theirs." "Ha ha ha ha! A mere 5-crown king dares to say such words to me." The black demon patriarch sneered. "What are you relying on? Is it this puppet?" He attacked again, and a black demonic claw shot out. Young noble heavenly secret was beaten back, and many cracks appeared on his body. "Do you see? Although this puppet is strong, It can't fight back in front of me, because I am the seven-crowned king. A cold voice sounded, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone went crazy. Seven-crowned king. Even the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. The soul gatherer and the soul sect master's pupils shrank. The two of them were incomparably strong, but they were still six-crowned kings. They were only one step away from seven-crowned king. Who would have thought that the Black Demon Patriarch would become seven-crowned king? That's great. The Patriarch was mighty. The Black Demon Patriarch was excited. Their previous Patriarch was only six-crowned king. It seemed that he had broken through recently. This way, the Black Demon race would become stronger. No one would be their match. Let me tell you how terrifying seven-crowned king is. The Black Demon Patriarch waved his hand and suppressed young noble heavenly secret. Not good. Shui Yanru, Ziyin, and the others were filled with despair. Young noble heavenly secret, a terrifying expert, was mercilessly suppressed just like that. Seven-crowned king was really too terrifying. This time they were in danger. Kuang Yiming said, "Young noble, why don't we retreat first?" The immortal demon Ox was also trembling in fear. This time he came to explore the ancient tomb. Who would have thought that he would meet such a dangerous seven-crowned king? He couldn't help but want to run. Lin Xian frowned. Seven-crowned king? Chapter 5684. His eyes shone with the light of reincarnation, enveloping his opponent. He said, "I'm afraid you've just broken through, so your realm isn't stable yet." What terrifying eyes. "Kid, you're the first one who dares to probe my secrets." "That's right, I've just regained my strength. But even so, a five-crowned king like you won't be able to fight me." Regained? As soon as he said this, the elders also frowned. What did he mean? Could it be that the Patriarch was the seven-crowned king? The Soulbringer and the others also frowned. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He seemed to have discovered something, but he wasn't sure. "Then let me give it a try. I haven't fought the seven-crowned king yet. Let me see how powerful your seven-crowned king is." Lin Xian walked out. The people around him were stunned. "What? This kid is going to attack? Young master!" Shui Yanru and the others also exclaimed. The Soulbringer sneered. "Stupid thing. I'm not even his match, but you dare to attack?" In their opinion, Lin Xian had been so arrogant because he had young Master Tianji as his puppet. Aside from young Master Tianji, his strength wasn't that strong. He was just an ordinary quasi-emperor. If they wanted to kill such a person, they could kill him with a single slap. But now he dared to challenge the seven-crowned king. His brain must have been flooded with water. Ignorant ant. "Very well. I'll suppress you personally and take the demon emperor's inheritance." The Black Demon Patriarch sneered. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed forward. Terrifying demonic runes appeared on each of his fingers, connecting with each other. It was as if the sky was being crushed mercilessly. "Heaven's suppressing hand!" The people of the Black Demon clan exclaimed. This is the unique skill of their clan. It's really terrifying when it's used by their patriarch. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and the others. Shui Yanru and the others were already trembling. The demon immortal Ox was also prostrating, unable to resist. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and a force wrapped around them. Then he said, "Retreat far away." They retreated far away and exclaimed, "Young master, be careful." Lin Xian raised his head. Then he formed a hand seal and slammed it into the sky. A black, demonic shadow swept across the land, covering the 9 heavens. When the two collided, the entire Black Fiend Hall shook violently. Boom! Black Fiend Hall had been shattered. The surrounding people also quickly retreated. They only stopped after they had retreated far away. They were all bewildered. Devil Linger said, "That brat should be killed instantly." That was for sure. The 8th elder sneered. How could he possibly block the Patriarch's attack? The Soul Reaper and the Soul Slayer frowned. This time around, their target was also the inheritance of the great emperor. Previously, they had thought that they would be able to get a share of the spoils. But now that a seven-crown champion had appeared, it was unlikely that they would be able to achieve their goal. The two of them discussed whether or not they should join forces. A voice came from the shattered void ahead. Seven-crown king's strength is only SO. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid it's not too possible. What? When everyone heard the sound, they all went crazy. He was still alive. Devil Linger cried out in alarm. The eighth elder shook his head frantically. Impossible, this is an illusion. The Soul Reaper and the Soul Slayer's pupils shrank. Under such an attack, it would be difficult for either of them to survive, let alone the other party. How did this brat do it? Could it be that he dodged it? Everyone was puzzled and looked ahead. In the sky, the Hey-Mo Patriarch's expression was cold. The other party was actually able to block his attack. This was truly beyond his expectations. The seal you used just now is surrounded by demonic aura. Its power is astonishing. It should be one of the great emperor's ultimate techniques, right? This is truly delightful. And you can't unleash the true power of the great emperor's inheritance. Only in my hands can this kind of absolute art flourish. I must obtain it. The Black Fiend Patriarch's eyes blazed with a fiery light. If he obtained a 5-crown champion, he would be able to contend against him. If he obtained it, wouldn't he become the second great emperor? He laughed loudly and attacked again. I'll let you see the true Black Fiend seal. His palm also took the form of a large black seal and slammed down. It hit the demon god seal. Cracks appeared on the demon god seal. Lin Xian's body swayed, and sword aura appeared on his body, blocking the attack. As expected of the 7-crown king, he was indeed strong. No one could contend against him. However, he wouldn't be defeated. Terrifying demonic aura appeared on Lin Xian's body. He seemed to have turned into a demon god, causing the Black Fiend clan members to tremble in fear. They looked up. Was this the demonic aura of the great emperor's ultimate technique? It's really too strong. I want to obtain it, countless people exclaimed. The demonic aura in front of them condensed into a pitch-black guqin. It was surrounded by great Tao and floated in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and played. With a clang, the sound pierced through the 9 heavens. Emo Lien, Er's forehead, split open. She screamed and her soul was destroyed. She wasn't the only one. Many young disciples of the Black Fiend clan had their souls destroyed by this sound. The elders also vomited blood. What a terrifying ultimate technique. Quickly retreat and seal your ears. You're courting death. The Black Fiend clan leader roared. Black demonic aura danced on his body quickly, as if it had turned into an abyss. He roared at the sky and also let out a shocking sound to resist the demonic song. At the same time, he punched. The power of the 7-crown king could sweep through everything. The demonic aura around Lin Xian was suppressed. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He used the power of the divine fire to resist. He was forced back, his blood boiling. Useless ant. The gap between us is too big. You're not my match at all. The Black Fiend clan leader punched again. In his opinion, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to block this punch. However, the power of the immortal Qi seed spread out from Lin Xian's left eye. Immortal technique, unparalleled blazing Sunday. Between heaven and earth, the fire god's palace danced and swept out. Immortal Qi and divine ability clashed. 7-crown king's power blocked it again. Countless people were shocked. This fellow really had the power of 7-crown king. Even the Black Fiend clan leader was furious. His eyelids twitched. You actually cultivated the power of immortal Qi and divine fire at the same time? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Demonic world flame. Black flames flew out from his eyes, engulfing everything. Lin Xian roared. He used both immortal chi and divine ability to fight. The two figures were like two immortal gods, constantly moving. Each strike was earth-shattering. Not long after, the entire Black Demon clan was cracked. The people below were dumbfounded. Even their clan leader couldn't do anything to the other party? "Kid, you've completely angered me," the Black Fiend clan leader roared. A black fan appeared in his hand. As he waved it, a demonic storm blew. Immortal chi and divine ability were all torn to pieces by this storm. Moreover, this storm enveloped Lin Xian's body. Go to hell. Everything was over. No. Shui Yunru and the others were in despair. But in the face of this power, they couldn't help at all. Lin Xian felt his blood boil when he felt this power. His body was violently impacted. It was another immortal technique. It looked like he couldn't hold back anymore. With a roar, Lin Xian unsheathed his sword. His sword chi was shocking. Chapter 5685. Splitting the Black Storm apart, Lin Fan turned into a sword god and charged out. Oh, I forgot to tell you that my trump card is not just the great Emperor Mystique. With that, Lin Xian slashed out again. The Black Devil Patriarch was sent flying by the sword. His entire arm was numb. There was a sword scar on his forearm that almost broke his bones. He was so angry that his body trembled. A sword cultivator? Lin Fan had the great Emperor's inheritance and could only fight against him. Could it be that Lin Fan also had the Sword Emperor's inheritance? Otherwise, how could his sword technique be so terrifying? This kid must die. He would never allow such a person to live. The demonic aura in his hand condensed again, forming a demonic steel. Demonic aura spread out. The surrounding people retreated frantically. The space in front of them was completely covered. No one could see their figures clearly. They could only wait. Seeing that the Black Devil Patriarch was about to use his ultimate move, Lin Xian took a deep breath. A sword shadow appeared in his hand. This sword could pierce the sky and shatter the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. The dragon-shaped sword aura slashed out. Between heaven and earth, dragon shadows circled around and tore apart the sword aura. On the opposite side, the Black Devil Patriarch roared into the sky. The demonic cup in his hand flew out. The demonic runes on it were extremely terrifying. It suppressed Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword aura. The dragon shadows in the sky seemed to be suppressed. However, the power of this sword was too strong. The power of the great dragon, sword spirit, roared out. Boom! There was an earth-shattering scene in front of them. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated again. Countless dragon roars rang out. Everyone's scalp went numb. What kind of sword technique was this? The Black Devil Patriarch's face turned pale. How could Lin Fan have the aura of a dragon? It was impossible. At this critical moment, there seemed to be a low dragon roar in his body that resisted the attack. Puff! However, he was still sent flying. The void in front of him was completely split into 2. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens, surrounded by terrifying sword shadows, looking like a god of swords. Opposite him, the Black Demon Clan's clan leader was kneeling on one knee. He was using his left hand to cover his wound. The right side of his body was split open. Blood turned into a sea of blood, and white bones could be seen. Cracks also appeared on the devil tablet in his left hand. Damn it! The Black Demon Patriarch couldn't believe it. That magic cup was his weapon. It was created using the legendary 9 heavens black gold. It was extremely sturdy, but now it was actually split open by someone. Not only that, his body had also been split into 2 halves. What was that sword strike just now? Lin Xian was still circling around the sword light as he walked forward. There aren't many people who can survive my sword. You really surprised me. The patriarch of the Black Demon Clan, or the Dragon Emperor's general. After hearing this, the Black Demon Patriarch's pupils shrank. He suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, "How did you know?" He was so shocked that he roared, "Who are you? Who are you?" Lin Xian snorted, "Looks like I guessed right." When he met the other party earlier, he also felt a familiar aura in addition to the devil Qi on the other party. But that aura made him very confused. He couldn't remember where he had seen it before. He thought that the other party was from the demon clan and was related to the demon emperor. But when he saw the last sword strike, he realized that wasn't the case. A dragon's roar also sounded from the other party's body. Lin Xian instantly understood that the familiar aura came from the 7th Dragon General. The other party's aura was very similar to the 7th Dragon General's. This made him think that the other party was most likely a dragon general under the Dragon Emperor. Now that he saw the other party's reaction, his guess was right. The Black Demon clan members in the distance were terrified. Was their clan leader injured? Could it be that their clan leader was defeated? They couldn't imagine it. That was the 7-Crown King. At the same time, some Black Demon clan elders frowned. What did a dragon general mean? Did their clan leader have a hidden identity? The Black Demon clan leader knelt on one knee and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His storage ring flew out, and many pills went into his wound. He said, "Yes, I am the 6th Dragon General under the Dragon Emperor." "Kid, how did you know?" "Who are you?" "You also have the aura of the Dragon Emperor." "What's your relationship with the 1,000 Dragons Court?" He had many questions. Lin Xian sneered, "You talk too much. But I can tell you, your 1,000 Dragons Court was conquered by me, and your Dragon Emperor's tomb was also opened by me. Your Dragon Prince was killed by my sword." "This is impossible." The 6th Dragon General roared, "This is not true. I don't believe it." Although he established a family and hid in the deity ground all year round, he was still a member of the Dragon Clan. However, he was still a member of the dragon race. His heart was still with the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. He couldn't believe that something like this would happen to the 1,000 Dragons Court. Lin Xian sneered, "Nothing is impossible. Today, I'll send you down to meet the Dragon Prince in hell." Lin Xian's sword became even more terrifying. Although his opponent was the 7-Crown King, his aura wasn't very strong. He guessed that his opponent had just become the 7-Crown King not long ago. Lin Xian didn't know the exact reason, and he didn't need to know. He just needed to kill his opponent. At this moment, the Black Demon Clan leader roared. His body became bigger, and he turned into a black dragon. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Demonic Qi surrounded him. The Black Demon Dragon. This sudden change stunned the people of the Black Demon Clan. Their patriarch was actually a dragon. How come they didn't know? This was too unbelievable. Could it be that they weren't just demons, but also related to the dragon race? The 6th Dragon General roared furiously at the sky. His black dragon claws, together with the cracked demonic cup, violently pressed down. He was indeed a demon dragon. Not only was he a dragon, but he also had demonic Qi. His strength was terrifying. This time, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian snorted. Has he turned into his true form? So what? He held the dragon-shaped sword with both hands. The dazzling sword light tore through the 9 heavens. The Black Demon clan members were forced to kneel under the pressure of the sword light. Slash! Lin Xian roared and his arms danced. The dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed down. The Black Demon Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. Many sword wounds appeared on his body, and the demonic cup in his hand cracked again. Finally, it cracked with a boom. However, this gave the Black Demon Dragon a chance. When the sword slashed down, the scales on the Black Demon Dragon's back cracked open. A white statue appeared. The statue spread its wings like an angel. However, there were demon horns on its forehead. It looked very ferocious. As soon as the statue appeared, it flew toward Lin Xian. In an instant, it was above Lin Xian's head. Boom! The black demon dragon was sent flying by the sword chi. More bones appeared on his body. He was seriously injured. If he wasn't the sixth dragon general who had been by the Dragon Emperor's side all year round, his physique was far stronger than that of the dragon race. He would have died under this sword. In addition, the demonic cup had helped him block some of the attacks, so he didn't die. He retreated and spat out blood. However, he laughed. "Kid, I'm not dead. But you're dead. You can't escape. The heavenly demon will kill you." Chapter 5686. What was a heavenly demon? Why did it feel so terrifying? Shui Yunru and the others were terrified. The Black Fiend race members laughed. Great, the Patriarch had won. They were the ones who had the last laugh. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He could feel a mysterious power surging into his mind and affecting his soul. To be honest, he didn't take the Black Fiend Patriarch seriously. Although he was the sixth Dragon General and the Seven-Crown King, Lin Xian still had many ways to kill him. He had planned to suppress him. After all, if he was alive, it would be of great help to him against the Dragon Queen in the future. That was why his sword didn't take his life. But who would have thought that he still had a trump card? When the heavenly demon statue appeared, Lin Xian's soul was about to be lost. DeLong also exclaimed, "Kid, this is bad. This is a real heavenly demon. Heavenly demons are mental demons. You must stabilize your Tao heart. I've seen many people's hearts shatter because of the heavenly demon's influence. In the end, their bodies and souls were destroyed." Lin Xian's soul shook. His head felt like it was about to split open. He used the Dragon Sword Soul's power with difficulty to destroy it and block the heavenly demon's aura. But this wasn't a solution. Lin Xian was already affected by the heavenly demon's influence in his first year. Illusions appeared in front of his eyes. This made him unable to use the Dragon Sword Soul's power. There was another reason. Lin Xian had been distracted by something else. He had sent out a few clones to dig for treasures in the Sword Realm. These clones were constantly exhausting his power of laws. He still had to send out a portion of his soul power to investigate. So, Lin Xian was in a very difficult situation. Fortunately, at this moment, the clones suddenly disappeared and merged with him. At the same time, Lin Xian received a message in his mind. A treasure had been dug out. He couldn't care less about what treasure it was. He had to use all his strength to resist the heavenly demon. "Kid, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely die if you are affected by the heavenly demon." Back then, 9 Crown Kings' Tao heart had been shattered by the influence of the Sky Fiend. You are a mere 5 Crown King. Even if you are a little stronger, your Tao heart is still unstable. On the other side, the 6th Dragon General smiled proudly and walked forward. Although he was severely injured, his opponent was dead for sure. No, Shui Yunru and the others were in despair. Their Lin Gongzi was so powerful. Was he going to be defeated now? As for the Soul Gatherer, the Soul Killer Sect Master, and the others, their brows were tightly knitted together. Even though they were so far away, the heavenly demon still brought them a trace of fear. The Black Devil Patriarch was truly terrifying. He had actually concealed himself so deeply. At this moment, a dragon's roar rang out. Between the heavens and the earth, an eternal sword light slashed out ahead. It was as if an immortal had descended from the heavens, causing the entire world to shake. The void was split into 2 halves, and the heavenly demon statue was knocked back. How could this be? The patriarch of the Black Devil clan stopped in his tracks, dumbfounded. The other party was actually unaffected by the sky demon. Damn it, suppress him! He gathered his remaining strength and roared madly. The heavenly demon statue flew back again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the great dragon sword soul to block it. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with anger. Black Devil clan members, listen to my order. Kill him. Soul Gatherer, Soul Killer Sect Master, the 2 of you attack as well. At this moment, the Patriarch said coldly, The surrounding people trembled. The elders and experts of the Black Devil clan attacked after hearing the order. Although the Soul Gatherer and the Soul Killer sect master were injured, they still gritted their teeth and rushed over. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill Lin Xian. If they missed this opportunity and let him escape, they would not be able to sleep and eat in peace in the future. Shui Yunru and the others roared and rushed over, striking out with terrifying laws. However, facing the Black Devil clan, they were quickly defeated. They were even seriously injured and vomited blood. They were in despair. The experts of the Black Devil clan sneered. They could finally kill the other party. The Soul Killer sect master appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He came behind Lin Xian and slashed his dagger at the other party's heart. The Soul Gatherer held a chain hook, wanting to take away the other party's soul. The surrounding demonic qi covered the sky and earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The great dragon sword was used to fight against the heavenly demon. Did these people think that he had no strength left? They were courting death. He roared and punched out with his left fist. A golden sun swept across the land. Everyone was shaken to the point that their blood was boiling, but they still rushed over quickly. Kid, you are an arrow at the end of its flight. Attack with all your strength. The sixth dragon general roared. Everyone attacked again. Lin Xian snorted. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. He waved his hand and the void split open. Something flew out from the sword world and turned into a golden light, forming an arc in the air. Boom! 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 Wherever the golden light passed, the void split open and turned into a black hole. The experts of the Black Devil clan fell. The Soul Gatherer's expression changed greatly. Not good. He retracted his chain hook to block. With a dang sound, fiery light danced about. The golden radiance smashed his chains to pieces. It pierced through his head. He fell down, and his soul was destroyed. Was he dead? The surrounding people were terrified. However, this was not the end. The golden light continued to dance and collided into the void. In the void, the soul-killing sect master fell down. He was beaten into pieces, his eyes wide open. Until his death, he did not see clearly what the golden light was. The Black Devil clan experts found it even harder to resist. In an instant, 9 Black Devil clan experts were pierced by the golden light. They were split into 2 halves. As for the others, they fell in droves. No, what was this? The 6th dragon general went crazy. His body began to tremble. With the other party's current state, he should be using all his strength to resist the heavenly demon. How could he still have the strength to attack? Such a weapon required an extremely strong power. It was impossible for the other party to use it. Boom! However, the golden light was flying towards him. Damn it! His huge body danced, turning into boundless demonic qi and quickly escaping. With a boom, the golden light hit his body and sent him flying. At that moment, he felt that his body and soul were about to split open. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood and landed in the distance, overturning the entire Black Devil clan. The golden light gradually dimmed and finally flew back to Lin Xian's hand. It was dim. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, resisting the heavenly demon with all his might. In his left hand, there was a golden circle. It seemed to be made of gold and was engraved with Tao patterns. It was connected. The golden light from before was this golden circle. Universe ring. Lin Xian. He could vaguely see 3 words on it. Was this the name of this thing? It was really too terrifying. The moment it appeared, it could sweep away everything. However, it seemed that it no longer had any strength. Lin Xian waved his hand and withdrew him into the sword world. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Boundless sword qi turned into a dragon shadow, covering the sky and earth, stirring up the wind and clouds, attacking the heavenly demon. The light above the heavenly demon was suppressed and finally sent flying by the sword. At this time, Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar and directly swallowed the heavenly demon. Suppress! The boundless black vortex completely enveloped the heavenly demon. Chapter 5687. He actually subdued the sky demon. The sixth dragon general was dumbfounded. The sky demon was his strongest move. It could definitely crush the opponent's Dao heart. Not to mention a 5-crown king. Even an 8-crown king would definitely die here. However, the opponent blocked it. What exactly was that sword shadow? It was indestructible. It could actually kill the sky demon. Could it be the legendary Great Dragon Sword? The opponent was actually the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. He had gone mad. Now, he didn't even have the strength to escape. Although the universe ring didn't hit his vitals, it still heavily injured him. At this moment, he could only watch as Lin Xian walked towards him step by step. Damn it! Stop him! The surrounding Black Devil race people went up, but they couldn't block Lin Xian's sword. The cold sword chi pierced through their foreheads. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people fell. There were even more Black Devil race people in the distance. They couldn't even block Lin Xian's aura and fell down. Don't resist, no one can save you. Lin Xian came in front of the sixth dragon general. He kicked him over. The sixth dragon general screamed, "The 1,000-dragon court won't let you go. This kind of threat is useless against me." Lin Xian raised the dragon-shaped sword in his hand up high. With this sword, he could kill the opponent. However, at this moment, a voice came from within his body. "Kid, don't destroy his body." Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's sword chi stopped. The sixth dragon general laughed. "You're scared now, kid. The 1,000-dragon court's strength isn't something you can imagine." "Shut up." Lin Xian stomped the other party's head to the ground with a single kick. After that, he asked through voice transmission, "What do you mean?" The one who spoke to him before was the Hellfire Dragon's remnant soul. Hellfire Dragon said, "Look at me now. My soul has been in this state for a long time. I've recovered a lot in the sword world. My wish now is to return to the past, but I'm lacking a body. Although this demon dragon's body isn't as good as mine, it's still a very suitable one. He has demonic energy and I cultivate the aura of hell. We are about the same, so can you give me this body?" Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, "No problem." The infernal demon dragon had been with him for a long time and could be considered an old friend. So he said, "I'll help you destroy his soul." "Don't do that. Didn't you want to use it to deal with the Dragon Queen? Leave it to me. You'll severely injure his soul, and I'll devour it. This way, I can pretend to be the sixth dragon general and hide by the Dragon Queen's side." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and kept the great dragon sword spirit. The sixth dragon general was still roaring. "Are you afraid? If you are, kneel down and beg me. I'll give you a quick death." Lin Xian sneered. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The power of the Rinnegan began to crush the soul of the sixth dragon general, causing the soul of the sixth dragon general to scream. At this time, the sword world opened. The Hellfire Dragon flew out and drilled into the sixth dragon general's body. "No, you want to possess me." The sixth dragon general let out a cry of agony. This was worse than death, because if he died, his heart and soul would be destroyed. And now his soul was destroyed and his body was going to become someone else's power. He was not willing. However, all of his methods were useless in front of Lin Xian. So soon his voice stopped. Is he dead? In the distance, the people of the Black Demon race were in despair. Even their chief had died and their experts had fallen as well. Their Black Demon race was finished. At this moment, the huge corpse suddenly moved, and in the next moment, it shot up into the sky. What happened? The corpse revived? The Black Demon race opened their eyes wide. A huge head popped out from the clouds, and a terrifying voice came out. "Ha ha ha ha, I've finally revived." The voice was cold and the surrounding demonic chi rolled. Other than that, it was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Everyone was terrified and kept kowtowing. Only Lin Xian stood there, facing the huge dragon head. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with the light of reincarnation. He asked, "Hellfire Dragon, you won't betray me, right?" Haha, how could I? The Hellfire Dragon's body kept dancing. "Don't worry, I'm on your side. I won't betray you. I'm just too happy. Do you know how many tens of thousands of years I've been in this soul state? Now that I have control of this body, I'm really happy." What a joke! The Hellfire Dragon had seen Lin Xian's methods. Not to mention the dragon sword spirit was invincible. The sky-devouring crown was half an extreme weapon. Just the universe ring that was just dug out was extremely terrifying. With his current body, he would probably be torn apart with just a single hit. That's good. Oh, right. After you take over, tell me about the 6th Dragon General. The Hellfire Dragon said. No problem. His body shrunk and turned into a middle-aged man. Scales appeared on his body and his face was cold. His eyes were flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. He said, "This guy was arranged to stay here by the Dragon Emperor." Then he started his own family. It was the Black Demon race. However, this guy was usually sealed and in a deep sleep. The position of patriarch was inherited by his descendants. A while ago, with the descent of the Celestial Land, he woke up from his deep sleep and gradually came back to life. With the recovery of some resources, he had just recovered to 7 Crown King. Then he met us. Where's the Dragon Emperor? Is he dead? Why did the Dragon Emperor ask him to stay here? Lin Xian asked. Where did the Dragon Emperor go? She didn't remember. However, she did have a mission. Stay here and wait for the Dragon Empress. Wait for the Dragon Empress again. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Then he asked a few more questions. However, there was no news of the Dragon Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor was what Lin Xian paid attention to the most. He could only say, "Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Hellfire Dragon, recover your strength and reorganize the Black Demon race." The Hellfire Dragon said, "Kid, tell me what you think. I have my own thoughts too. Although you killed many Black Demon race elites, I'm the Hellfire Dragon. I can control the power of hell. It's the power of a dead creature. I can turn those dead people into white bone puppets and use them again. Although it can't reach the peak state of the Black Demon race, it's still better than the current situation. Don't you need allies? Other than the 6th chosen immortal race, you need more help like the Black Demon race. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Black Demon race, do as you see fit. Don't worry, no problem. However, give me some time. The Hellfire Dragon smiled. He formed a seal. In the space, a gate of hell appeared. Many soul fragments floated out. Then they flew into various places. Then the dead Black Demon race elders stood up one by one. Their bodies caved in. They were no longer as strong. Instead, they became more capable. Some became white bones, some became zombies. These people had ghost fire in their eyes. They knelt down on one knee to greet the patriarch. A cold voice came. The Black Demon race members in the distance were stunned. They couldn't imagine this scene. Chapter 5688. The Hellfire Dragon said, "It was a misunderstanding between me and Lin Gongzi. Now I've surrendered. From now on, Lin Gongzi would be the leader of the Black Demon race. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Lin Gongzi." Those from the Black Demon race in the distance could only kneel. Shui Yunru and the others were also stunned. They thought Lin Xian was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Lin Xian was not only fine, he even conquered the Black Demon race. His methods were unbelievable. He also turned these 2 people into puppets. Lin Xian pointed at the Soul Gatherer and the Soul-Killing sect leader. No problem. The Hellfire Dragon smiled. When he was at his peak, he was even scarier than the 7 Crown King. So, there was no problem for him to revive these people. Of course, this was not a real revival. Even Lin Xian's Rinnegan couldn't revive the dead, not to mention the Hellfire Dragon. He just turned these people into dead creatures. As expected, the Soul Gatherer stood up. Although his head was cracked, he still knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Master." On the other side, the soul-killing sect leader did the same. His broken body was reconnected by white bones. After seeing this, Lin Xian squinted and sighed in his heart. This was not a real revival. He wasn't interested in that. "I'll take the Soul Gatherer with me. I'll see which family in the Deity land attacked me. As for the Soul Sect Master, you can keep him. When the time comes, you can control and kill him in one fell swoop." "No problem," the Hellfire Dragon said. Then he started to revive the Black Demon race and his own body. The 6th Dragon General's body was also severely injured in the battle with Lin Xian. It would take a lot of resources to recover. Lin Xian arrived at the top of a mountain and set up a spirit formation. The next moment he opened his Rinnegan and started to search souls. Although there were only some remnant souls, Lin Xian didn't plan to give up. Which family? The Dead Soul race. What was their relationship with Higan? What was Higan's plan? Lin Xian asked again. However, the Soulbringer's body began to tremble. Higan? No. His soul felt like it was about to vanish. Lin Xian suppressed it with the 6 Paths reincarnation and stopped asking. It seemed that the Nirvana realm was indeed a terrifying place. Even a remnant soul feared the word Nirvana realm after death. From the looks of it, it was impossible to get any information about Higan. He threw the Soul Gatherer back to the Hellfire Dragon for him to manage. It was enough for Lin Xian to have Prince Tinji by his side. Next, he planned to rest for a while before continuing his journey to the great Emperor's tomb. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian entered the sword world and began to absorb the energy inside to recover. At the same time, he was very curious. He grabbed the Cosmos Ring and carefully examined it. He had also discovered the power of the Universe Ring, and it had shocked him greatly. He condensed the dragon-shaped sword Qi and struck it, but it didn't make a dent. He tested it with the heaven-devouring jar and found that it was still undamaged. From the looks of it, this was a type of treasure. "Dalong, what is this? Do you know its origin?" Dalong said, "Is it the Universe Ring?" It was actually that treasure. He actually left it behind. "You know." Lin Xian was shocked. Dalong said, "I know. During the battle with the Nirvana realm, the Universe Ring was a very terrifying weapon. With a light wave, it could break the universe. But later, it was said that it was scattered. I didn't expect it to appear here. However, the Universe Ring wasn't at its peak." Lin Xian nodded. The Universe Ring before was shining brightly and turned into a golden arc of lightning. Now there was no light at all. He tried many times and finally understood that the Universe Ring could only replenish its energy after staying in the sword world for a period of time. Then, after using it once, the energy would be depleted. From the looks of it, it should be the after effects of the battle back then. Although he couldn't use it often, it was still Lin Xian's trump card. Once this thing was used, even the 7-Crown King wouldn't feel good. He placed the Universe Ring in the depths of the sword world again and let it absorb energy. Then, with a wave of his hand, the heaven-devouring jar appeared. There was a white jade statue inside. It looked like an angel, but there were devil horns on its forehead. It was the heavenly demon. He used the heaven-devouring jar to seal it. When Lin Xian approached, he could still feel the terrifying aura coming from it. Dalong said, "Heavenly demon can't be controlled, only held. In the future, when you meet an enemy, you can throw the heavenly demon to the other party. The other party's Dao heart will be unstable. It can be considered a trump card." Lin Xian nodded and continued to use the heaven-devouring jar to seal it. This thing had to be carefully stored. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster. However, it was also an even more powerful trump card. Let's see which reckless person came to provoke him. The Dragon Queen, the Nirvana realm, or someone else. If he gave him a heavenly demon, his Dao heart would probably collapse. Of course, according to Dalong, this thing couldn't be used indefinitely. The heavenly demon was formed from countless evil thoughts. It could affect the Tao heart of others. However, if the other party could escape in time, or if the evil thoughts were used up, it would be useless. Lin Xian decided not to use it for the time being. He would keep it to deal with some particularly powerful enemies. For example, the Dragon Queen or some elite from the other world. The black demon race could start to recover. The Hellfire Dragon entered the depths of the black demon race to recover his body. Lin Xian recovered very quickly. He was almost done, so he was ready to continue on his journey. He sent a message to the Hellfire Dragon, telling it to stay here. After it recovered, they would meet at the Emperor's tomb. Then, Lin Xian continued on his journey with Shui Yunru and the others. There should be a lot of people gathered at the Emperor's tomb. Lin Xian didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the depths of the Deity ground, after the heavenly thunder race was destroyed, the other families were shocked. Some who worked for the other world became even more careful. They secretly gathered some power and gave it to the other world. At the same time, the other world was also having a discussion. In one of the immortal palaces, a few figures stood there. Among them, there was a middle-aged man in purple, half-frog, and an old man. The old man had silver hair. He said in a deep voice, according to the news from outside, a big tomb is about to be opened. We don't know whose tomb it is yet. However, we can't miss this opportunity. We've already asked the people outside to gather some power. Although we can't completely break the book of heavenly Tao, we can give some people out. This group of people had two goals. First, to continue to gather resources so that they can fully decipher the book of heavenly Tao. Second, to explore the Emperor's tomb. See whose tomb it is. Is it ours or the enemy's? If it's the enemy's tomb, there's a chance of revival. Destroy it and bring back the resources from the tomb. If it's our people, help him recover. The middle-aged man in purple had a glimmer of light in his eyes. He said, I'll go. The purple mansion is still outside. It's easier to do things. However, Half-Frog said no. I'll go. Half of my body is still outside. This time, I might be able to find it and merge with it. Chapter 5689. Half-Frog had always wanted to find the other half of his body. The last time was the best opportunity, but it was ruined at the last moment. He had always been unwilling to give up. He had wanted to kill his way out when the Deity ground descended to find the other half of his body and the enemy behind it. However, he was sealed by the Book of Heavenly Tao. This drove him crazy. Now that it had been waiting for such a rare opportunity, the half-frog was eager to get out. He said to the middle-aged man in purple, this time, give me the chance. I'll remember this favor. All right. The man in purple nodded and didn't say anything else. The silver-haired elder in front said, Green Robe, you'll do it this time. Besides you, we'll send some other people to go with you. Don't worry. This time, I'll let the people outside know how powerful the Otherworld Heavenly King is. Half-Frog's eyes were filled with terrifying, murderous intent. The Otherworld Heavenly King started to move. Besides Half-Frog, there was a group of people. These people were quasi-emperors, 6-crown king, 7-crown king, and even 8-crown king. After these people left, it was likely that they would set off a shocking storm. There was a mysterious power around the Otherworld Heavenly King. It was the power of the Book of Heavenly Tao that sealed them. However, at this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavenly punishment in the distance released a trace of power and tore a crack. Go! When the group of people below saw this scene, they immediately rushed out. They were wrapped in red lightning and clashed with the power of the Book of Heavenly Tao. Each time the sky was shattered. Finally, those people left and disappeared. As for the crack that was split open, it was sealed once again. They succeeded. When the people inside the Otherworld Heavenly King saw this, they all smiled. The silver-haired elder and the man in purple squinted their eyes. They hoped that Green Robe would succeed this time. Boom! Thunder roared in the depths of the Deity ground. A thunderball landed on the ground. The whole world shook violently. The electric arcs on the thunderball kept circling like a thunder dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a crack, the thunderball split in half. A group of people walked out from it. These people looked around and then laughed out loud. They were finally out. The half-frog snorted coldly. "This time, I won't let you go." "Foamling, take a group of people and continue to gather resources here." "Yes." A woman walked out. She waved her hand, and a portion of the Boundary Emperors followed her. Although Wind Spirit was a woman, her cultivation base had actually reached the level of 8 Crown King. With her here, the process of gathering resources would be much faster. Half-Frog then said, "You Han, take your men and follow me. We're going to the Emperor's tomb." "Yes." A man walked out. This man was dressed in a blue robe that was surrounded by cold air. He was also the 8 Crown King. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and another group of quasi-emperors followed. "Take action," Half-Frog shouted in a low voice. Everyone began to move. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Immortal Soul Domain. More and more people arrived. Not only were there people from the borders of the Celestial Land, there were even people from the depths of the Celestial Land. After all, no sect or clan would underestimate the tomb of a great emperor. They all had to be prepared. Ghost Mountain Range. The continuous mountain range had a terrifying soul aura. The living beings in it were very strange. Those trees seemed to be terrifying beasts. Everyone who came here was extremely careful. Even the Boundary Emperors did not dare to be careless. In the Ghost Mountain Range, there was a figure that was running at high speed. It was a demonic bull that was extremely strong. When it stepped on the ground, it made a thunderous sound. This figure was the demonic immortal bull. Lin Xian and the others were sitting on it. Boom! Boom! The demonic immortal bull was very fast, which shocked the people in the Ghost Mountain Range. "Oh my God! Where did this peak-level beast come from? It's so terrifying. Our souls are greatly suppressed in the Ghost Mountain Range. If we charge forward forcefully, our souls might be torn apart." The speed of this demonic beast was actually so fast. How terrifying was its soul! Countless exclamations could be heard. After the demonic immortal bull heard it, it sighed. With its own strength, it was impossible for it to be so fast. It was mainly because Lin Xian had set up the reincarnation power around it. With such power, the demonic immortal bull was fearless. Looking at the terrifying soul power, we should be there soon. Ziyin said. Shui Yunru said, "I heard that the Broken Mountain is in the Ghost Mountain Range. However, the Ghost Mountain Range is too big. We will have to walk for a few days." "Are we finally there?" Lin Xian was also happy. Finally, they could enter the tomb of a great emperor again. After walking for about half a day, Lin Xian said, "All right, demonic immortal bull, let's stop and take a rest." The demonic immortal bull nodded. It was tired after flying at such a high speed. This was because the soul aura around them was too terrifying. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more oppressive the soul aura was. Everyone stopped to take a rest. Lin Xian set up a soul array to protect them. Then he said, "I'll take a look around and see if there are any clues." His figure flashed and he left. There was a waterfall in front of them. It was the soul waterfall. The soul aura here was even more terrifying. If they were to stand here for a long time, their soul would be torn into pieces. However, there was a figure standing in front of the soul waterfall. It was a lady in green. Her black hair was fluttering in the wind. Her back was enough to make people look up to her. At this moment, 3 figures flew across the sky before coming to a stop. There's someone here." Among them, a surprised voice sounded. "Let's go and take a look." The 3 figures landed. There was a fan above their heads. The fan was spinning continuously, and the light it emitted blocked the soul aura around them. Obviously, it was a treasure. The 3 of them landed. 2 of them were young, while the other one was middle-aged. The three of them looked in front of them in surprise. There was indeed someone here. Moreover, it was a lady. Marshal uncle, look, this lady is so beautiful. Moreover, she's alone. Should we take care of her? A tall young man said with a smile. He had a fierce face and seemed to be carrying a terrifying power. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Since we've met, it must be fate. We can escort her." "Don't worry, Marshal uncle. She'll definitely agree." On the other side was a short and skinny man. He walked over with a cold smile. "Fairy, are you afraid of being here alone because your soul is being suppressed by the soul suppression? Don't worry, we're here to save you. Come with us and we'll guarantee your safety." That fierce-looking fatty also walked over with a trace of greed in his eyes. The middle-aged man behind him was wearing a battle armor. He stood with his hands behind his back and a confident smile on his face. In his opinion, he would soon win the heart of a fairy. Chapter 5690. The beautiful figure in green clothes at the front turned her head slightly when she heard the conversation behind her. She glanced at them and then frowned. "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." A cold voice sounded, but it was very pleasant to the ears. Oh, it was an ice beauty. The fat man sneered. The short and thin man said, "Just now his eyes were so cold. Could he be an expert? Why don't we leave?" That gaze just now seemed to be able to pierce through his soul. The fat man said, "He's just a piece of trash. With Marshal uncle here, what's there to be afraid of? Marshal uncle is the 6-crown king. Besides, the 2 of us are quasi-emperors, 5-crown kings. Why should we be afraid of this little fairy?" That made sense. The thin man thought for a while and gained the courage. The 2 of them had just broken through to quasi-emperor not long ago, especially this number. Therefore, before his mentality changed, he thought that he was now a quasi-emperor and was not afraid of anything. He said, "Fairy, come with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. I don't want to hit you." The 2 of them emitted terrifying nomological laws that swept forward. What a reckless fool. The woman in green in front also frowned. She turned around, and there was a terrifying golden vortex arc on her body. At the same time, another light flashed nearby. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was prepared to scout around to see if there was any news. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a waterfall in front of him. There were also a few auras there. One of them had even reached the 6-crown king level. He thought that these people would have some clues. Therefore, he came over to investigate. However, when he arrived, he happened to see the woman in green in front of him turn around. Lin Xian was stunned, because this woman in green was none other than Jingqiu. Lin Xian had not seen her for a long time. He did not expect her to be in danger as soon as they met. He shouted coldly, "If you don't want to die, scram." Hearing this, Jingqiu looked into the distance. When she saw Lin Xian, her body also trembled. In the next moment, the golden vortex around her disappeared. However, those 3 quasi-emperors frowned and turned their heads to look at Lin Xian warily. When they saw that Lin Xian had come alone, they laughed out loud. A mere quintuple champion wanted to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? What a fool! The thin man and the fat man both laughed disdainfully. The middle-aged man frowned. "Get rid of him." "I'll do it." The skinny man rushed over in an instant. His speed was very fast, and there was a terrible storm above him. At the same time, a long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. A single slash enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all and punched back. With a boom, the saber light shattered. The thin man was instantly punched through by this punch, and his entire body flew backward, smashing into the mountain range. He was an expert. The middle-aged man frowned. Fatty was also furious. "Damn it, how dare you attack us?" A war hammer appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it turned into 100,000 mountains that pressed down. However, Lin Xian slapped out with his palm. Flames danced on it as he slapped forward, directly turning everything into a bloody mist. The fat quasi-emperor was turned into ashes. Was he dead? When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his expression turned incomparably ugly. Could it be that this kid wasn't quintuple champion? Was he 6-crown champion? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Die. A fan appeared in his hand, and he flew over. An extremely terrifying soul power came from the fan, and it shot toward Lin Xian's back. Kid die. 6-crown king sneered. The fact that this fan could bring them here was enough to show that it was extraordinary. Lin Xian sneered and turned around. He opened his Rinnegan, and the illusion of the 6 realms enveloped the other party, suppressing that fan. How was this possible? When 6-crown king saw this scene, he went crazy. The fan was a soul treasure. Even the other 6-crown kings wouldn't be able to block it so easily. Who exactly was this young man? 6-crown king was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Suddenly, a vicious look appeared in his eyes. He prepared to grab Shin Jingqiu. He wanted to use Shun Qiuqiu to threaten Lin Xian. Thinking of this, his figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before Shin Jingqiu, enveloping her. You dare? Lin Xian was enraged. A terrifying killing intent appeared on his body. However, at this moment, Shen Qingqiu turned her head and looked at the middle-aged man. She snorted coldly. Then, her jade-like hand became a saber. With one slash, the entire void was split open. 6-crown king's body split open, and his soul was extinguished. Even in death, he couldn't believe that this peerless fairy before him was so terrifying that she could instantly kill him with one slash. If he knew that this was the case, he probably wouldn't have dared to come over even if he was beaten to death. With a plop, he fell to the ground, and his blood dyed the ground red. Lin Xian was also stunned. Qiu are your strength. He was also very surprised. He could sense that Shen Jingqiu was also a 5-crown king, and she should have just broken through and become a quasi-emperor not long ago. However, he was able to easily insta-kill 6-crown king. This kind of strength astonished him. It seemed like she had a fortuitous encounter. Shin Jingqiu looked at Lin Xian and shouted, "Elder brother Lin Xian." It was still a familiar voice, but the tone of the voice seemed to contain a trace of coldness that pushed people 1,000 miles away. Lin Xian frowned. He already knew that Shin Jingqiu's situation wasn't right. However, Shin Jingqiu had insisted, and he had no choice. Now that he was a quasi-emperor, Lin Xian felt that it was time for him to understand more. He said, "Qiu, or what happened? Can you tell me?" "Big brother Lin Xian, everyone has secrets, don't they?" "Don't worry, I'm still me." Lin Xian wanted to ask more, but Shen Qingqiu didn't say anything. He could only sigh. "Qiu, or let me accompany you for a while." He was afraid that Shen Qingqiu would leave. Shen Qingqiu said, "All right, I want to go to the Broken Soul Cliff." "Elder brother Lin Xian, come with me." "Broken Soul Cliff? What are we going there for?" Lin Xian was shocked. However, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you." He waved his hand and sent out a nomological law for Shui Yunru and the others to wait in place. Lin Xian said, "The Broken Soul Cliff is some distance from here. If you want to go, let's go." "No need, I'm prepared." As she spoke, Shin Jingqiu waved her hand. A golden whirlpool flew forward and entered the waterfall. It didn't take long for the golden vortex to return. On top of it was an ancient altar. "Take this, and we can be instantly transported to the Broken Soul Cliff." Shin Qingqiu walked up and turned her head. "Elder brother Lin Xian, come up." Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect her to know so many secrets. He nodded and flew up. The ancient altar bloomed with light and formed a spatial door that enveloped the two. When they reappeared, the spatial door opened. Lin Xian found that they were already at the Broken Soul Cliff. Chapter 56-91. What a precise teleportation. Lin Xian could also construct this kind of teleportation, but he had to make one in advance. It was not easy to determine the coordinates of the spatial door. If he directly tore open the void, he could also reach it. However, it reached the broken soul cliff so precisely, even the Gu family, which was proficient in space, could not do so. Could it be that the ancient altar was specially teleported to the broken soul cliff? The two of them walked down from the spatial door. At this time, many figures appeared around them. They were the people who killed the soul sect. Seeing this scene, Shen Jingqiu frowned, but Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Get lost." With an angry shout, the people who killed the soul sect were angry and rushed out. A man with red hair was full of killing intent. However, when he saw that it was Lin Xian, he immediately trembled and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young master." This person was Xueming. He was extremely frightened. Why did he come back? This was an extremely terrifying person. Lin Xian said, "Leave here. I don't want to see you." "Yes." Xueming quickly left with his people. Lin Xian looked at Shen Jingqiu and said, "What's in the broken soul cliff? You're not thinking of cultivating your soul here, are you?" Shen Jingqiu shook her head. She pointed down and said, "Brother Lin Xian, come with me to the bottom of the broken soul cliff." Down there? Lin Xian was also stunned. The broken soul cliff was a cliff. It was said that a great battle had once taken place here. The entire cliff seemed to have been split open by a sword. It was very terrifying. It seemed that no one had ever been to the bottom of the broken soul cliff. Lin Xian glanced at it. It was surrounded by yin qi. It was very scary. There should be some kind of resentful spirit. After all, from the name, one could tell that the broken soul cliff was a place similar to hell. However, now that Qiu wanted to go, Lin Xian naturally would not shrink back. He said, "K." With a wave of his hand, the fire of 9 suns turned into the golden crow. It circled between heaven and earth and rushed directly to the bottom of the cliff. It tore some yin qi apart and formed a bright passage. Lin Xian and Qiu rushed down. Not long after, the fire of 9 suns was extinguished, which surprised Lin Xian. His flame was extremely strong and powerful, but it couldn't stay under the breaking soul cliff for too long. From this, one could imagine how frightening the gloomy and cold power below was. Boom! After descending a certain distance, the fire of the 9 suns had already dimmed. The flames on Lin Xian's body seemed to have been suppressed. At the same time, four skeletal claws suddenly appeared in the surrounding darkness and grabbed at Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu, respectively. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 9 suns' divine fist flew out and sent the 2 white bone claws flying. As for the other 2, Shen Jingqiu used the golden vortex to directly cut them apart. The claws of the 4 skeletal claws were broken. In the darkness, they let out a miserable cry. Then, an even more terrifying skeletal figure appeared. Lin Xian and the others were in a state of descending, but this skeletal figure was so terrifying. It was like a mountain, thousands of meters tall. Its head was like a hill. A blood-red light appeared in its eye sockets. Then it turned into 2 blood-red flames. It swept towards Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu. Before it got close, the blood-red aura made Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu's blood boil. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The power of reincarnation exploded in his eyes. The 6 realms of reincarnation appeared and directly shattered the blood-red flames. At the same time, the 6 realms of reincarnation enveloped the huge skeletal head. The skeletal head was frightened and its body trembled. Its head kept shaking, as if it was submitting to Lin Xian. Seeing this, Shen Jingqiu said, "Brother Lin Xian, your power of reincarnation is getting more and more terrifying. But it seems that you only have 3 of the 6 realms of reincarnation." Lin Xian nodded and said, "That's right. I only have 1 reincarnation eye and 3 realms of reincarnation. I don't have the other 3. At this moment, a deep roar rang out from the depths of the broken soul cliff. causing Lin Xian to frown deeply. He felt that his 6 realms were shaking, as if they were about to collapse. The skeletal head that was suppressed seemed to have received some kind of order. It suddenly roared into the sky. Its gigantic body began to move, and the terrifying power of sound burst out once again. Lin Xian snorted. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu also moved. She formed a hand seal, and a crescent moon condensed in her hand. It kept spinning and slapped forward. Like a crescent moon blade, it slashed and split the huge skeletal body in half. With a wail, the skeletal body shattered. Lin Xian was shocked. Shen Jingqiu was very powerful, and the crescent moon was very familiar to him. Xiao Qin recalled the shattered full moon scimitar he saw in the lunar palace, as well as the moon god phantom that materialized. He asked, "Qiu, have you been to the moon palace?" Shen Jingqiu nodded. "I broke through there and became a quasi-emperor." Lin Xian was even more shocked. "Then have you seen a crescent moon blade?" Shen Jingqiu said, "You mean the moon god?" "I've seen her." Lin Xian was even more shocked. He said, "Qiu, be careful. The moon god seems a little mysterious." He remembered that the moon god hated the demon god's phantom behind him. She even wanted to kill him. It seemed that the moon god and the demon emperor had some grudges. Lin Xian even remembered that the moon god's eyes were a little bitter, so he thought that there was something wrong with their relationship. However, Shen Jingqiu said, "Elder brother Lin Xian, actually the relationship between the moon god and the demon emperor is not what you think." "It's not what I think." Lin Xian was stunned. Just as he was about to ask something, Shen Jingqiu had already continued flying downwards. Lin Xian quickly chased after her. Some skeletons appeared below. Some were huge, some were small. However, Shen Jingqiu and Lin Xian dealt with them all. This was especially so for Shen Jingqiu. She attacked decisively, often killing with one strike. However, this seemed to have angered the people in the deep abyss. Many spirit form forests appeared in the surroundings. These were resentful spirits. Furthermore, after tens of thousands of years, they had become extremely terrifying. There were even quasi-emperors among them. Lin Xian frowned. He did not know what Qiu was doing here. He snorted coldly. Demonic qi revolved around his body. A guqin appeared in his hand, and he gently played it. The demonic song exploded. It contained an extremely terrifying power. All the resentful spirits that were enveloped by it were all shattered. A few quasi-emperors were also instantly torn apart. Shen Jingqiu also suffered some impact. However, she used the moon god seal to blast them away. She turned to look at Lin Xian and frowned. "Elder brother Lin Xian, you'd better not cultivate the demon emperor's cultivation technique." "Why?" Lin Xian asked. Shen Jingqiu was silent for a while. Then she said, "The demon emperor is very terrifying. It's best not to have anything to do with him. He's a lunatic." There seemed to be some reason. Shen Jingqiu did not explain in detail. However, she reminded Lin Xian. This made Lin Xian frown. It seemed that Shen Jingqiu knew something about the demon emperor. It was very likely that the moon god had told her. However, what was it exactly? He really did not know. A lunatic? He thought of the demonic shadow behind him. Chapter 5692. Could it be that there was something wrong with the demonic shadow behind him? Lin Xian frowned. However, he couldn't stop using it. This was an era of great competition. Everyone wanted to become a great emperor. And in the depths of the deity ground, there was the Permethar realm, which was his great enemy. The demon emperor's ability had many terrifying powers. It was impossible for Lin Xian not to use it. Therefore, he could only be more vigilant. After dealing with the surrounding vengeful spirits, the two continued to descend. Their strength was very terrifying. They could fight above their level. At the very least, they could kill 6 crown kings as easily as cutting vegetables. Therefore, although endless vengeful spirits and skeletons appeared at the bottom of the broken soul cliff, They couldn't stop Lin Xian and Xin Qingqiu's pace. However, the lower they went, the more terrifying the skeletons were. In the end, almost all of them were at the level of a quasi-emperor. There were even many at the level of 6 crown kings. It could be seen that some of these skeletons were well preserved. There were also some that were formed from the combination of other bones. It was obvious that they had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years. However, they still couldn't stop Lin Xian. His 10,000 swords returned to origin. Sword technique became stronger and stronger. The Demon Emperor's ability also seemed to be more terrifying. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu also used a Demon Emperor's ability. Lin Xian could see that the other party walked the divine Tao. However, she seemed to have only used 2 Demon Emperors. One was the Moon God Seal. It seemed that nothing could block that attack. In addition, the Golden Vortex could deflect attacks and also pull enemies to her side. Previously, the quasi-emperors were all pulled to Shen Jingqiu's side by the Golden Vortex. Then, Shen Jingqiu used the Moon God Seal. Then the enemy died. There seemed to be a cave abode below. Lin Xian's Rinnegan shone brightly as he warned. After Shen Jingqiu heard this, she was surprised. Big brother Lin Xian was heading toward that cave abode. Her soul wasn't as terrifying as Lin Xian's Rinnegan. The soul suppression of the Broken Soul Cliff is very strong. Only Lin Xian's Rinnegan can detect it clearly. Lin Xian nodded. One sword soared into the sky, and 10,000 swords converged. He immediately opened up a passage, and the 2 of them flew towards the cave residence. A low roar came from the cave abode below, as if some kind of order had been given. After receiving the order, the vengeful spirits and skeletons in the surroundings went crazy to block them. They formed an endless army of skeletons and resentful spirits that kept charging. Shen Jingqiu's palm changed. It was no longer the moon seal, but the moon scimitar. Many golden vortexes appeared around her, flying out from within. Thousands of crescent sabers slashed out, sweeping through the surroundings. The boundless white bones in front of them shattered continuously. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the demonic song, demonic slaughter of the 9 heavens. Hordes of white bones also fell. The 2 of them continued to approach the immortal's cave. Finally, they arrived in front of it. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from inside the cave abode. Then a huge creature walked out from inside. It was also a skeletal creature. However, it had 3 heads. Each head carried a different law power. The one on the left was storm, the one in the middle was thunder, and the one on the right was frost. After Lin Xian saw it, he was surprised. It was the 3-headed hellhound. He didn't expect to see it here again. Lin Xian had seen the 3-headed hellhound before, but that was far inferior to the one in front of him. Judging from the aura of the 3-headed hellhound, it should have reached the level of the 7-crown king. Stupid humans, get out. This is not a place you can set foot in. Leave quickly. The 3-headed hellhound, the middle head, said coldly. Countless purple lightning surrounded it as if it was going to destroy the surroundings. Humph, you can't guard that thing. Shen Jingqiu said coldly. She said, Brother Lin Xian, help me restrain this 3-headed hellhound. However, don't kill it before I come out. I'll go in and take that thing. Wait for me to come out. After saying that, Shen Jingqiu soared into the air and flew forward. You're courting death. The 3-headed hellhound was furious. The other party dared to enter. It slapped over with its paw. This paw was extremely terrifying. It was indeed the power of the 7-crown king. The surrounding skeletal creatures kept crawling back. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out his palm, and his sun-like palm blocked the other party's paw. At the same time, he said, Your opponent is me. He blocked the 3-headed hellhound's path. You're courting death. The 3-headed hellhound roared at the sky. The middle head shot out a terrifying bolt of lightning toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the left head shot out a black wind blade toward Shen Jingqiu. Shen Jingqiu flipped her hand and blocked it with the seal of the moon. Her figure fluttered and entered the cave abode. The three-headed hellhound was completely furious. It definitely wouldn't allow anyone to obtain the thing inside. Its huge body leaped high into the air and charged over. However, it stopped in midair. This was because an eye of reincarnation had reached out from the cave abode. A heavenly hand pressed it to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand, and his sword sliced through the air. He blocked the other party's path and said coldly, "Before Chou-Er comes out, stay here quietly." Although it wasn't impossible for him to kill the seven-crown king with his trump card, Shen Jingqiu didn't say anything. Shen Jingqiu had said not to kill the Cerberus, so Lin Xian wouldn't kill it. Damn it. The three-headed hellhound roared at the sky. The head on the right unleashed a blue frost that froze heaven and earth in an attempt to seal Lin Xian. It didn't have time to play with this ant. When the blue frost approached Lin Xian, it was blocked by the flames on Lin Xian's body. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into countless suns that spun between heaven and earth. The two clashed and countless cracks appeared. Damn it, this ant is so difficult to deal with. The three-headed hellhound was furious. The 3 heads turned and stared at Lin Xian. It had to deal with this brat first before it could enter the cave abode to protect it. The thing inside wasn't that easy to obtain. As it thought of this, the 3-headed hellhound attacked with all its might. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold as he faced the attacks of the 3 laws and a terrifying aura. He laughed coldly, and his sword aura danced, splitting the lightning in the sky. Flames spread and blocked the terrifying ice storm. As for the terrifying wind blades, Lin Xian used the unparalleled fierce Sunday. A fire god's palace appeared and blocked the wind blades. At the same time, he used the true water sword technique. The water sword aura turned into chains that trapped the hellhound. The hellhound kept roaring. How could a mere 5-crown king be so terrifying? He was truly shocked. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the cave abode. At the same time, a terrifying and mysterious aura spread. The 3-headed hellhound went completely crazy. Hellfire appeared on its body. Damn it, that woman can actually break the seal. Even Lin Xian was shocked. This aura was too unusual. He activated the eye of reincarnation in the sky and looked into the cave abode. In the next moment, he saw an unbelievable scene. Chapter 5693. The inside of the cave was very vast. In the depths, there was something. It was an ancient bronze coffin. However, it was different from the bronze coffins Lin Xian had seen before. This ancient coffin was very large. It seemed to be 3 ancient coffins stacked together. On the outside, there were many patterns carved with bronze runes. Each layer was different. It seemed to be 3 different lives. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu slammed her palm on the ancient bronze coffin. The ancient bronze coffin shook violently. The topmost one actually opened. Damn it! How could she open the 3 lives bronze coffin? The hell dog roared crazily. Hellfire spread out from his body, forming a hell armor that covered his entire body. Then he blasted away the true water sword Qi and turned to attack Lin Xian. Above the 3 heads, an extremely terrifying law exploded. Obviously, he was really angry. Lin Xian was suddenly hit by this power. He kept retreating, his blood boiling. However, his physique was indeed strong. He actually blocked it. However, he was also angry. The sword Qi on his body exploded, turning into countless sword lights that flew forward, directly cutting off the hell dog's 2 front claws. The hell dog's huge body fell heavily to the ground, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Damn it! He was crazy. Did his full-strength attack not kill the other party? Instead, the other party's sword Qi could cut his body in half. Lin Xian rose into the air, murderous. He said coldly, If Cho'er didn't let me kill you, do you think you can live until now? The sword chi on his body became even sharper. Although 7 Crown King was terrifying, Lin Xian had killed him before. Previously, the 6th Dragon General had fallen. Lin Xian's current trump cards, whether it was the Great Dragon Sword, the Heaven-Devouring Jar, or the Universe Ring in Sword World, all of them had the strength to kill 7 Crown King. Therefore, Lin Xian's power exploded at this moment. The Hell Dog howled. Damn it! The body of the Cerberus split open, and a destructive lightning burst out from the middle head. Want to self-destruct? Lin Xian frowned. This fellow couldn't win, so he wanted to sacrifice himself. With a kacha sound, the body of the Cerberus broke apart, turning into a bloody mist as it died. It didn't attack Lin Xian, which made Lin Xian even more surprised. However, there was no blood mist in the sky, only countless law fragments floating in the air. In the next instant, they all disappeared. At the same time, a deep and low roar sounded from the cave. Foolish human, I will not let you succeed. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned and probed with Rinnegan. He discovered that the Cerberus that had fallen in the cave had actually come back to life. Then he charged toward Shinjingqiu. With a boom, Shinjingqiu was sent flying, and 3 cracks appeared on her back. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He rushed in. Qiu, are you all right? Lin Xian caught Shinjingqiu and used his strength to suppress her injuries. At the same time, with a flip of his hand, he took out a few spirit fruits from his previous world and put them on Shinjingqiu's wounds. Shinjingqiu's wounds healed quickly. Her face was a little pale as she said, I'm fine. Lin Xian had an apologetic look on his face. He self-destructed just now. I didn't know he could be reborn. Shinjingqiu said, it's my fault. I didn't expect him to be able to kill himself. This Cerberus isn't a living creature, but a puppet. The reason why he was sealed here was related to the 3 lives bronze coffin. He could only wander around this cave and its vicinity. Once he died, he would be reborn in the cave. He would never be reincarnated. It could be said that he was quite miserable. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. There was actually such a thing. No wonder Shinjingqiu didn't let him kill the Cerberus. It turned out that it couldn't be killed. However, could someone really not enter the cycle of reincarnation? Lin Xian was shocked. This was just a 7 Crown King. Some emperors probably didn't have such means. Shinjingqiu said, it has something to do with the 3 lives bronze coffin. Moreover, this state was very miserable. Not everyone wanted it. 2 ants, it seems like you know a lot. However, none of you can take what I'm protecting. Lin Xian stood up. He said, Cho'er, continue attacking. Leave this Cerberus to me. I won't let him hurt you. After saying that, Lin Xian strode forward in large strides. He had been careless before and made a mistake. Now, after he understood the Cerberus's background, he wouldn't let him attack again. Stupid, the Cerberus roared. His physique seemed to have reached its peak. The hellish armor appeared on his body once again, and his 3 heads exploded with a terrifying aura. This time, Lin Xian was enraged. The Rinnegan rushed directly to the head in the middle, and the head roared madly. Despicable eyes. The Cerberus roared and attacked again. The left head turned into a wind dragon and swept through the sky. However, it was shattered by a golden palm. The 9 suns' divine palm pressed down on that head. As for the right head, it was pierced by a sword. The Cerberus howled. Damn it. It was pierced by that terrifying sword chi again. He couldn't imagine what kind of sword chi it was. How could it be so terrifying? He wanted to self-destruct again and appear in another place. However, at this time, a black vortex appeared in the sky. The heaven-devouring jar appeared and enveloped the Cerberus. It wasn't that easy to destroy it. Damn it, this was the aura of an extreme Tao. The Cerberus finally trembled. It turned out that this human had an extreme Tao weapon. He howled. This time the Cerberus was controlled by the heaven-devouring jar. It was equivalent to being suppressed. In addition, Lin Xian's Rinnegan was interfering with the Cerberus's soul. It made it impossible for the Cerberus to self-destruct again. Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw that Shen Jingqiu had opened the 3 lives bronze coffin. A mysterious aura emerged from the coffin. There was also a fragrance. This fragrance made Lin Xian frown. He used the dragon sword spirit to cut off everything. At the same time, he said, "Chiu, or be careful." "It's okay, brother Lin Xian." Shen Jingqiu didn't seem to be afraid of the fragrance. Instead, she flew up high. There was indeed something. A smile finally appeared on Shen Jingqiu's cold face. Lin Xian was also surprised. He used his Rinnegan and formed a heaven's eye to look down. In the next moment, he was shocked. There was a corpse in the 3 lives bronze coffin. At this moment, the corpse's eyes were closed. The person looked very young. It seemed that he was from the younger generation. Moreover, Lin Xian found that there was more than one corpse. There were 3 corpses. The 3 bronze coffins were stacked together. Lin Xian could see through them at a glance. There were 3 young figures lying there. What was more shocking was that the 3 of them looked the same. Were these 3 brothers? Or were they the same person? If they were brothers, it was understandable. If they were the same person, then it was too terrifying. One had to know. Incarnations, clones, and the like dissipated when they died. Only the original body could exist. This person actually had 3 original bodies? Chapter 5694. Shen Jingqiu made a hand seal, and the golden vortex flew down. Between the eyebrows of the sleeping man at the top, there was a crack. Suddenly, a crack appeared, but no blood flowed out. Instead, a piece of precious jade appeared. The precious jade was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of exquisite crystal. As soon as it appeared, it carried a mysterious aura. Even Lin Xian was surprised by the aura. After Shen Jingqiu got it, she quickly sealed it and put it away. She raised her chin again with a smile. "It's about time. Roar, roar, roar." The Cerberus roared crazily when it saw the scene. At the same time, it was shocked. "You can get the corpse fragrance, demonic jade." It was truly unbelievable. One must know that what was buried in the 3 lives bronze coffins was an extremely frightening existence. The other party was actually able to obtain it so easily. Who exactly was this woman? Corpse fragrance, demonic jade? Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard this. He looked at Shen Jingqiu. Shen Jingqiu said, "Brother Lin Xian, this thing is useful to me. But don't worry, it can't threaten me." Lin Xian was relieved when he heard this. Just as they were about to leave, the demonic aura on Lin Xian's body suddenly appeared, and the demonic shadow appeared behind him. Shen Jingqiu's expression changed. Even Lin Xian said in horror that he didn't use the phantom demon scripture. The demonic shadow behind him charged directly toward the 3 lives bronze coffin. He didn't rush toward the first sleeping corpse, but the 3rd one. That was the one at the bottom. After he rushed in, he merged with the corpse. What happened? Lin Xian was stunned. The Cerberus roared, "Why is there another attack?" "And it's attacking the body?" He felt despair. However, after waiting for a while, he found that the 3rd sleeping corpse didn't break. Instead, the black demonic shadow walked out of the corpse again. With a boom, he came behind Lin Xian again. Then, the demonic aura on him faded and slowly disappeared. The entire process did not take long, but it was extremely strange. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that this demonic shadow could actually move on its own. This was truly beyond his expectations. There was indeed something wrong with the illusion demon scripture. Shen Jingqiu frowned and said, "Big brother Lin Xian, the phantom devil scripture is too dangerous." Indeed, Lin Xian was also wondering if he should look for a new emperor's lost skill. It seemed like he was going to search, for a new succession in the tomb of the martial monarch. Brother Lin Xian, take this with you. Shen Jingqiu took out a jade pendant from her storage ring. It was a black jade pendant with a mountain engraved on it. It gave off a cold aura, and Lin Xian put it on after receiving it. He felt his body tremble, as if he had become much more relaxed. Shen Jingqiu said, Big brother Lin Xian, you must take this jade pendant with you. Perhaps it can help you suppress this strange phantom demon scripture. Qiu, how did you get this? Lin Xian was shocked. Shen Jingqiu said, This belongs to the moon god. The moon god? This made Lin Xian even more curious. He did not know what the relationship between the moon god and the demon emperor was. Why did he feel so relaxed after taking the moon god's item? Could it be that the demon emperor was afraid? Or was there another reason? He asked Shen Jingqiu, but Shen Jingqiu could only shake her head. Lin Xian did not ask any more questions, and the two of them left the place. The Cerberus was sent flying by Lin Xian, and it did not dare to come up again. It could only roar in the distance. The 3 lives bronze coffin slowly closed. They did not know that the sleeping corpse at the bottom of the coffin had a strange smile on its face. Qiu, are you leaving again? Lin Xian asked. Shen Jingqiu nodded. Big brother Lin Xian, now is not the time to be together. All right, Lin Xian knew. He said, then stay with me for a while. The two of them found a quiet place. Lin Xian started a fire and took out many spiritual fruits. Shen Jingqiu rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. She said, Big brother Lin Xian, don't move. I want to stay here quietly for a while. It was quiet all around, and even the wind seemed to have stopped. Only the sound of the fire in front of them could be heard from time to time. Lin Xian also quieted down. He did not know how long it had been since he last had such a quiet night. The next day, Shen Jingqiu left as soon as the sun rose. Before she left, she repeatedly reminded Lin Xian to bring the black jade pendant with him. At the same time, she asked Lin Xian to change his technique as soon as possible. It would be best if he did not use the demon illusion scripture anymore. Lin Xian sighed as he gazed at Shen Jingqiu's departing figure. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind as his expression turned solemn. What was so strange about the demon illusion scripture? Lin Xian once again used the demonic energy. The demonic clouds in his body rolled and condensed into the phantom of the demon god. This time, Lin Xian directly turned his head to face this mysterious phantom. The two of them confronted each other, just like that. The illusory figure became even more corporeal than before. It was as if it was a real existence. It also seemed to have crossed the ancient time and space. The reincarnation light in Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying light. It enveloped the other party. At the same time he whispered, Is the demon illusion scripture really going to summon the demon emperor back? From the name, one could tell that the demon illusion scripture was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian previously thought that it was only summoning the power of the demon realm. Now it seemed that it was probably summoning the demon emperor. Of course, this was just his guess. It seemed that he really had to use the demon emperor's supernatural power less in the future. He waved his hand, and the surrounding demonic energy disappeared. The phantom also disappeared. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. If the great emperor can create a supernatural power, why can't I? Lin Xian decided that he also wanted to create his own Tao and supernatural power. The universe was chaotic and there were all kinds of people. Lin Xian had also experienced a lot. He grew from a weak martial artist to a powerful warrior. He had a universe in his heart. Lin Xian's eyes were shining. A sword light appeared in his hand and he kept dancing, with the dragon as the soul and everything as the sword. This sword technique was called the universe. A sword came from the west and turned into a giant dragon, dancing in the sky. Then it turned into a fierce tiger and roared. Every move was a sword. Everything in the world could be a sword. Lin Xian entered the world of swords and kept practicing the universe, sword technique. At this moment, Lin Xian had a world in his body and a universe in his heart. On the other side, more and more people appeared near the tomb of the great emperor. There were chosen immortals from the edge of the deity ground and overlords from the depths of the deity ground. There were also great emperor families and clan of the ancients from the outer universe. These people were scattered all over the place. Their goal was the great earth tomb. These people didn't act rashly because they felt an extremely terrifying soul aura coming from the tomb in front of them. Everyone's soul was suppressed here. What a terrifying aura! Murong Qingcheng also came, followed by some overlords of the Phoenix clan. On the other side, Yanryu also came, followed by many monsters. These were the overlords of the monster Emperor Mountain. In addition, the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others also came. Chapter 56, 95. Murong Qingcheng, Yanryu, Rizalong, and the others also met up. Qingcheng asked, "Where's Brother Xian?" The Crimson Dragon said he's not here yet, but I've already sent him a message through the array. He should know. He definitely wouldn't miss it. Yanryu was surprised. There are so many people here. They even saw some familiar faces. Indeed, they saw people from the Kunping clan, the Qilin clan, the Gu clan, and the Yi clan. At the same time, she asked, "Sister, Xueqi didn't come?" Rizalong said no. After she broke through and became a quasi-emperor, she continued to comprehend the 9 divine body. This time, she probably wouldn't come. The Toad next to them jumped over and said with a smile, "Damn it, I see a detestable person." He pointed ahead. Yanryu and the others turned to look. The next moment, their expressions changed. They found an acquaintance, and it was an enemy. Mansion Master Z. Not only did he come, but he also had many people with him. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. Those who went against the Divine Union back then were unlucky. This Zifu was originally suppressed by us. So how come it's doing so well in the celestial land creation? We have to be careful. Murong Qingcheng frowned. I heard from Brother Xian that the identity behind them isn't simple. It seems to be related to the powerful existence in the deity ground. The leader of the purple government was also looking around. When he saw Murong Qingchen and the others, he sneered. Indeed, they had appeared. However, what made him frown was that he hadn't found Lin Xian yet. However, he didn't care. This time, these people from the Divine Union were doomed. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He had already received news that the other side had sent a great emperor this time. Although it wasn't his father, it was still very terrifying. In addition, there was a group of experts. There was even a group of experts by his side now. In addition to the original members of the Purple Mansion, there were also experts from other clans in the depths of the deity ground. His mission was to support the green-robed great emperor. Furthermore, they were waiting to explore the ancient tomb. Members of the Divine Union, enjoy your last days, as your time of death has come. Housemaster Z laughed coldly. Crimson Dragon and the others frowned. It seemed like the Z government wasn't going to stop this time. Zifu, are you tired of living? At this moment, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Housemaster Z's face turned cold. Murong Qingcheng and the others cried out in alarm. Brother Xian. A young figure descended from the sky. It was Lin Xian. Kid, you're finally here. The Crimson Dragon and the other members of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian nodded. He had indeed come. Previously, he had created his own sword technique in the sword world, Qingkuan sword technique. Later, he received a message from the Crimson Dragon. Since these people had already gathered in front of the martial monarch tomb, there was no way he would miss it. Therefore, he rushed over. When he arrived, he saw the members of the Z government threatening the Divine Union. He was instantly enraged. This Housemaster Z really didn't know what was good for him. Housemaster Z's eyes lit up. Lin Wudy, you're finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. You're going to die soon. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he laughed coldly. This made Lin Xian frown. He looked at Qing Qing and the others and said, "Be careful. Behind the Z government is the otherworld Heavenly King. They are the real overlords, and they are extremely terrifying. I think they might make a move this time. There are many families in the depths of the Deity land that listen to the otherworld Heavenly King." Yanruyu and the others all gasped. They had heard about how terrifying the families in the Deity ground were. They were far more powerful than anything else. If such families listened to the otherworld Heavenly King, they could imagine how terrifying the otherworld Heavenly King was. Who was this kid? The surrounding experts of the families in the Deity land looked at Lin Xian in confusion. They didn't know the housemaster of the Z government, but the experts standing beside him were extremely terrifying. Their scalps tingled. They were all terrifying quasi-emperors. Obviously, this woman in purple was extraordinary. She might even be an expert in the depths of the Deity land. It was really surprising that a young man had offended such an existence. Could it be that he was also a young master of some family? They were puzzled. At the same time, they checked Lin Xian's identity. At this time, Shui Yanru, Kuang Yiming, and the others also flew over. Young master. They came to Lin Xian's side. Not only did they come, but the patriarchs and families behind them also came. The 6 chosen immortal clans came to Lin Xian's side and bowed respectfully. The surrounding people were shocked. This young man was extraordinary. He was superior to the 6 chosen immortal clans. However, some people sneered. I know that his name is Lin Wudy. However, the chosen immortal clans around him are just marginal families. They are nothing. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Housemaster Z also sneered. Boy, do you think you can compete with me with these 6 families? You're really naive. Housemaster Zirua, don't worry. This boy will definitely die. A few powerful figures next to him laughed and spoke. They didn't take the 6 major sects seriously at all. Kaiser Blood and the others also frowned. They felt an extremely terrifying aura from these people. They were as if they were facing a great enemy. Mandela said, "Young master, who are these people?" Lin Xian said, "It doesn't matter. They're just former enemies. If they don't know what's good for them, I don't mind sending them to hell." What did you say? Someone on the opposite side was instantly angry. He took a step forward, and the power on his body swept through the world. There was also a person surrounded by sword light. He was like a sword immortal, and a terrifying aura erupted. Everyone was shocked. Some people were watching the show. Was the war going to break out in advance? How interesting. At this time, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. The sky was surrounded by demonic chi. It was extremely terrifying. The aura was majestic and overwhelming. There were hundreds of thousands of experts. These people were wearing black armor and holding terrifying sharp blades in their hands. They were like rolling demonic clouds that came close. In the sky, there was also a tall figure. The terrifying aura covered the 9 heavens. Everyone looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. People of the Black Demon Clan. Heavens, they were really terrifying. There were so many of them. Were they all here? Everyone was going crazy. Although these families also brought a lot of people. But the Black Demon Clan was probably the only clan that could cover the sky with hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. That tall figure was the Black Demon Clan leader, right? Why do I feel like he's the 7-crown champion? Countless cries of surprise rang out. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. It was the Hell Dragon. The Black Demon Clan leader was no longer the 6th Dragon General. He was his friend, the Hellfire Dragon. Boom! 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 Beside the Hellfire Dragon, there was another figure. This person was surrounded by killing intent. It was the sect leader of the Kun sect. At the same time, many terrifying slaughter saints appeared, blotting out the sky. Chapter 5696. Those from the Slayer Soul sect felt the terrifying killing intent. Many of the chosen Immortal clan members felt their scalps go numb. Even the people from the Imperial clans were frowning deeply. These Slayer Saints were extremely terrifying and unpredictable. They couldn't be offended easily. Under the gaze of countless people, the Hellfire Dragon and the Slayer Soul sect's leader flew forward. They came to Lin Xian's side. The Hellfire Dragon smiled and greeted Lin Xian. The Slayer Soul sect's leader bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. This scene left the surrounding people dumbfounded. Those from the chosen Immortal clan gasped. Heavens, they were actually greeting this young man. Who was this young man? He could actually talk and laugh with 7 Crown King. At this moment, the bodies of those who had been sneering and looking down on Lin Xian began to tremble. 7 Crown King, and the patriarch of the Black Demon clan. This identity was indeed enough to sweep through a region. Although the Slayer Soul sect's leader was 6 Crown King, he led millions of Slayer Saints. It wasn't a problem for him to kill 7 Crown King. Even such a person bowed his head. It was enough to show how terrifying Lin Xian was. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. The Crimson Dragon was excited. This is great. Lin Xian seems to have subdued many experts again. Their strength had increased once again. Lin Xian looked at the Purple Mansion's leader and smiled. Do you want to fight? A faint voice was heard, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Are they going to fight? They were all shocked. The Hellfire Dragon also turned his head. Oh, do you want to fight? I also want to try my skills. He had just obtained a new body. Naturally, he wanted to show off his abilities. Damn it. The Purple Mansion's leader frowned. He sneered before. However, when he saw the lineup beside Lin Xian, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This lineup was enough to threaten him. The faces of the other experts were also cold. They snorted coldly but did not make a move. Lin Xian sneered, trash. After saying that, he turned his head and ignored her. The leader of the Z government looked gloomy. The strong cultivators around him were so angry that they coughed up blood. They came from the depths of the celestial land. When had they ever been called trash? Damn it, I'm going to teach him a lesson. The man surrounded by saber light said coldly, Our 10,000 sabers sect has never been looked down upon. Another person with a terrifying sword light also said coldly, Don't worry, the people from the Immortal Sword sect will be here soon. When the 10,000 swords attack together, he will die for sure. These people were waiting for their companions. On the other side, the Hellfire Dragon's side, how boring, these people are so cowardly. After saying that, he looked into the distance. That must be the tomb of the great emperor. I'm really looking forward to it. The Crimson Dragon's eyelids twitched violently. Why do I sense a terrifying dragon aura from you? Are you a dragon? He jumped up. The Hellfire Dragon said, Little guy, when I swept the world, you weren't even born yet. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon was angry. Toad, bite him. The toad spat. Go away, I'm not a dog. That's enough. You two should stop arguing. Lin Xian scolded with a smile. He transmitted his voice to the Crimson Dragon and told him what happened. The Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others all gasped. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Especially the Crimson Dragon, he was surprised. You are the ancient Hellfire Dragon. The Hellfire Dragon also smiled. You are a 5-clawed divine dragon, right? But you are too young. Do you want me to teach you a few powerful techniques of the Dragon Clan? Really? The Crimson Dragon's eyes also lit up. The Hellfire Dragon said, Of course, as long as you are my little brother. The dark red divine dragon was enraged. The array formation covered the sky and the earth as it attacked. The Hellfire Dragon dodged with a smile and said, Think about it. it's not shameful to be my little brother. Little Lin, I want to hit him. Don't stop me. The Crimson Dragon was murderous. Lin Xian said, Stop fooling around. I feel the aura in front is extremely unusual. The power of this soul is too terrifying. Indeed, the Hellfire Dragon also stopped and frowned. This is a Soul Dao Great Emperor, and I even guess that this is the tomb of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor? Lin Xian was surprised. Indeed, the ordinary soul, Dao, could not suppress the Rinnegan so much. Only the Soul Emperor could. Suddenly, he remembered that when he was in the Moon Palace, he saw a woman who claimed to be the daughter of the Soul Emperor. He didn't know if she had come out. If she could come out, maybe it would be much safer to enter the tomb of the Soul Emperor. But now, there was no time to look for her. The others were also discussing and preparing. After about a day, the Purple Mansion master walked out and took a deep breath. It's about time, let's make a move first. Although the powerhouses like the Half-Frog did not come, they were well prepared this time. So, they had to be the vanguard and make the first move. In addition to the powerhouses of the Purple Mansion, there were also many people from the 10,000 Knives sect and the Immortal Sword sect. They also nodded, although they came from the depths of the Deity ground, and the Purple Mansion was only a sect in the small universe outside. But they did not dare to be careless. The woman in front of them was related to the powerhouses of the Nirvana realm, so they had to listen to her. The Purple Mansion master spoke, and the surrounding people walked up. Dozens of figures appeared, holding terrifying banners in their hands. As soon as these banners appeared, they bloomed with terrifying light, and there were mysterious Dao runes on them. What are these? Looking at the 36 black banners, the surrounding chosen immortal clan and the other powerhouses were also surprised. An elder of the chosen immortal clan exclaimed, Are these array-breaking banners? Could these people have come from the depths of the Deity ground? As soon as these words were said, the others were also shocked. What were array-breaking banners? Some of the older generations said, These are banners specially used to deal with array formations. Although the enemy's attack power was not strong, it was still very strong. However, it had a natural restraining effect on formations and could be used to break them. They were indeed from the depths of the Deity ground. The immortal techniques and great Daos on them were very profound. Perhaps they were the only ones capable of doing such a thing. Their words were filled with envy. When the surrounding people heard this, their eyes also turned red, but no one dared to make a move. Who would dare to go against the people from the depths of the Deity ground? The people of the Divine Union frowned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Array-breaking banners, so what? Master Dragon's attainments in array formations are not to be trifled with. Watch. I will break the array before them. Kid, let's go too. Lin Xian nodded and waved his hand, ordering the people of the Divine Union to get ready to move out. At the side, Yan Ruyu summoned the people of the Demon Emperor Mountain, while Morong Qingqing summoned the people of the Phoenix Clan. The Hellfire Dragon summoned the people of the Soul Slayer sect and the Black Demon Clan. These people would join forces and move together. Seeing these figures that covered the sky and covered the earth, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Besides the array-breaking banners in the depths of the Deity ground, Lin Xian's side had the greatest momentum. Chapter 56-97. This Lin Wuti was really eye-catching. Qilin and the others gritted their teeth. The limelight of their monarch clans had been completely overshadowed. This time, their great emperor clans had also produced several quasi-emperors. The more powerful ones had already produced 5 quasi-emperors. Originally, they wanted to shine, but who would have thought that Lin Wuti was even more terrifying? Not only had Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu become quasi-emperors, but he could also recruit many chosen immortal clans. Even the Black Demon Clan and the Soul Slayer sect had to rely on him. This was a force that their great emperor clans did not have. However, they were not discouraged. They still had a powerful trump card, which was an extreme weapon. Of course, this was their last trump card, and they would not use it easily. At this moment, these people also walked forward. In front of them was a cracked mountain peak, forming a canyon. Only by entering this canyon could they enter the tomb of the great emperor. And the protective array of the great emperor's tomb was absolutely terrifying. Boom! The people of the Purple Mansion took the lead. The black war flag fluttered between heaven and earth, fiercely rushing forward and landing in the canyon. With a boom, a shocking light erupted, and the array formation of the great emperor's tomb was activated. A terrifying soul aura swept in all directions. The black flag fluttered in the wind, as if it had turned into a black sea, sweeping everything away. It blocked this terrifying power. The Purple Mansion Master commanded, "Attack!" 36 black flags rushed forward, covering the sky and earth. They were attacking this area. Lin Xian also rushed over. "Crimson Dragon, it's up to you now." Ruzalong nodded. He used the earth scripture, and the surrounding earth shook as a terrifying array formation condensed. He wanted to use the array formation to break the array formation. In addition to them, the other chosen immortal clans, the Clan of Ancients and the Monarch clans, also moved. The battle was very terrifying. The power of the soul was constantly shaking, and like the sea it slapped over. Saber light and sword shadows, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everyone was frantically trying to break the array formation, and the array formation shook violently. Everyone was happy. Was it going to be broken? That's great. However, Lin Xian frowned. Suddenly, he turned to Qing Cheng, Diabolical Dragon, and the others and said, "Get out of the way." The group of people quickly dodged. At the same time, the formation in front of them cracked open. However, it did not break open. Instead, a terrifying power surged out from within. Boom! The rift surrounding the martial monarch tomb shattered instantly. Those who failed to escape in time were torn into pieces. There were also some people who were sent flying and coughing up blood. A sea of blood floated between heaven and earth. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air. The surrounding people were all going crazy. Some people ran away in fear. Hurry up and run. They were too naive. This was the tomb of a great emperor, an existence that had swept through the universe and stood at the peak of the universe. How could they open it so easily? These people's confidence suffered a blow, and they turned around to flee. There were also some whose eyes were bloodshot as they attacked in a frenzy. The martial monarch tomb was in perfect condition. It was obvious that no one had ever entered it. How many natural treasures would there be, as well as the clothes of the great emperor, and even the complete inheritance of the great emperor? How could they miss it? However, the impact from before was too terrifying. These people were all injured. Those from the monarch race also suffered some impact. At the crucial moment, they used extreme weapons to defend themselves, blocking most of the impact. Those from the Gu family tore open the rift and escaped. They were the least injured. However, their expressions were solemn because they realized that countless figures had appeared. There were at least 1 million of them. These people stood there with cold expressions. Their eyes were empty, but there was a mysterious soul Dao rune between their eyebrows that shone brightly. Puppets and countless puppets. These people's souls were being controlled and turned into puppets, as expected of the great emperor's methods. The moment they appeared, there were at least 1 million of them. How strong must one's soul power be to be able to perform such a feat? The great emperor was indeed a pinnacle existence. After the Hellfire Dragon saw this, he took a deep breath and said, "This kid should be the sole Dao great emperor." Only those who had truly condensed immortal qi would have such strength and methods. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said to the people of the Divine Union behind him, "Prepare to attack." Those people behind him took a deep breath. Those from the 6 great chosen immortal clans were also on high alert. Those from the Black Devil race and the Phoenix race also had solemn expressions. In front of them among the million puppets, there was a tall figure. He was riding a war horse and roaring at the sky. The sole emperor's tomb was not to be disturbed. Those who trespassed would be killed without mercy. He waved the long spear in his hand, and the war horses neighed. The surrounding million puppets attacked together, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Lin Xian also roared, "Follow me to battle!" Sword Qi appeared in his hand and shot into the sky. The people of the chosen immortal clan and the divine union roared at the sky. Their immortal techniques and abilities flew out in all directions. They weren't the only ones. The other clans and sects also attacked. A great battle broke out in an instant. Terrifying power swept through countless cracks and spread all around. Some people were instantly split apart, and their souls were destroyed. Some puppets were also sent flying, their bodies split apart. This battle was extremely tragic. Lin Xian's sword danced as if he was working out. His sword split open the sky like 9 suns. Wherever it passed, thousands of puppets were split apart. Murong Qingqing's body bloomed with a 7-colored phoenix. The phoenix race behind him cooperated with him and formed an immemorial phoenix phantom that swept forward. Wherever it passed, it was torn apart by the sharp claws and wings of the phoenix. Those from the Black Devil race unleashed a monstrous demonic qi that engulfed everything. Any puppets that came close were all shattered and lost their ability to fight. Those from the Purple Mansion were equally terrifying. The Purple Mansion had many kinds of secret techniques and abilities that were constantly attacking. The Purple Mansion Master used a large black flag in his hand to attack the array formation. Those from the 10,000 Sabers sect unleashed thousands of rays of light that swept across the sky. Each ray of light was like a peerless wild blade that fell mercilessly. Those from the Immortal Sword sect stepped on flying swords and unleashed monstrous sword qi that swept across the sky like the Milky Way. As for those puppets, apart from those that were broken, there were also some that were terrifying. For example, the expert, who was holding a war spear and riding a war horse, charged forward with his spear like a dragon. It instantly pierced through dozens of experts from the chosen immortal race. The long spear vibrated, and these people were split into pieces. Behind him was a puppet that was over 10,000 meters tall. It had a war hammer in its left hand and an axe in its right hand. It was constantly swinging its axe. Each hammer crushed everything, while the giant axe could split open the sky. More and more people fell. However, the array formation was once again under attack. Lin Xian and the others launched a powerful attack. Their divine bodies bloomed and turned into a sea of fire. Each punch turned into a sun. Countless suns were like meteors and shooting stars. Wherever they passed, the void was shattered and countless black holes were formed. He led the people from the divine union and charged forward. Chapter 5698. In the rift ahead, 3,000 puppets emitted terrifying lightning, which transformed into a thunderous sword slashing in Lin Xian's direction. "Brother Xian, let us do it," Murong Qingqing shouted. Behind him, 32 phoenix powerhouses rose into the air, led by 2 quasi-emperors. These were all ice-type phoenixes, and they sent out icy winds that filled the sky. The terrifying icy winds swept through heaven and earth, bringing with it a monstrous chill that froze all the lightning. On the other side, Yenruyu's side, hundreds of great demons were constantly moving. Their powerful physiques smashed onto the frozen statues, shattering the 3,000 puppets. Lin Xian's side quickly cooperated and moved very quickly. The Yi and Gu families also roared crazily. On the Yi family side, countless powerhouses formed immortal king phantoms, standing between heaven and earth like gods of war. The Gu family's people appeared and disappeared like ghosts, their figures flickering and large cracks everywhere. Not only did they dodge the attacks, but they also tore the enemy apart. Finally, Lin Xian's side came to the edge of the formation. Looking at the terrifying soul formation in front of him, Lin Xian took a deep breath. Give me power. I'm going to use an extreme weapon. Hearing this, the surrounding people took a deep breath and sent power into the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar shot out a terrifying light. Boom, boom! The extreme power exploded and the entire world shattered. The surrounding people were also shocked. Were they going to take out extreme weapons just like that? Even those people from the Emperor clans were similarly shocked. Yi Wudao said, "Quickly get close to the formation. We'll use the Celestial Emperor Cauldron too." The other Emperor family members, the Fire Qilin, and the others did the same. They had entered the tomb of a great emperor once, and knew that extreme weapons couldn't be used easily in the tomb of a great emperor. This was because it would attract the attention of a great emperor. It was very likely that they would be killed by a great emperor's power. Therefore, under normal circumstances, extreme weapons were only used for self-protection in the tomb of a great emperor. They would only use extreme weapons when their lives were threatened as a last resort. Since that was the case, they would use the power of extreme Tao to bombard the formation in advance so that they could gain the upper hand. These monarch clans all took out extreme weapons, preparing to attack. Great, let's follow them in. When the other chosen immortal clans saw this, they were overjoyed. They wanted to take advantage of the east wind and go in, but they were too naive. On Lin Xian's side, the heaven-devouring jar exploded with power, sending all the people near him flying. Only the allies of the Divine Union could enter. In addition to them, the other martial monarch clans had the same reaction too. Only those from the monarch race could do it. Of course, there were also some from the chosen immortal race who instantly stood up. Fellow Taoist, how about we join forces? That's right, let's form an alliance and work together. Okay, the Gu clan, the Qilin clan, and the other great emperor clans all nodded in agreement. There was nothing they could do about it. Although they possessed extreme weapons, their own strength was definitely not the strongest. Moreover, when they saw that there were 6 people from the chosen immortal clan, the Black Demon clan, and the sole ancestor beside Lin Xian, their eyes turned red. Now was the best time to join forces with the other chosen immortal clans. In no time, many chosen immortal clans gathered around these martial monarch clans. Naturally, many people on Lin Xian's side also wanted to join forces. However, they were all rejected by Lin Xian. This was because he didn't need them. Although the current alliance was a powerful force, the two sides weren't familiar with each other. Who knew when the other side would betray them? Therefore, he rejected all of them. Damn it, what's there to be proud of? Even if you don't want it, someone else does. Do you think you're the only one with an extreme weapon? Don't fall into my hands, or I'll teach you a lesson. The chosen immortal clans that were rejected had ugly looks on their faces. All of them were gnashing their teeth with hatred. However, Lin Xian didn't care about it at all. The power of the extreme Tao struck the barrier and tore open a crack. Let's go. Lin Xian led the people of the Divine Union and rushed in. Next, the Yi family, the Gu family, the Kuan-Peng race, and the others also entered one after another. At the same time, the allied chosen immortal clans also entered. In no time, more than half of the people were gone. The others were in despair. Let's go. Damn it, why did it heal? Why did the array formation disappear? I can't enter. These people roared crazily. There was still hope for them to join the Purple Mansion. These people all came to the Purple Mansion, wanting to form an alliance. The Purple Mansion master sneered. Alliance? You're not worthy. However, if you're willing to submit to us, we can bring you in. When they heard this, the faces of the chosen immortal clans changed. Submit? Damn it, this made him inferior to others. However, there were also people who said, no problem. After all, we'll just submit on the surface. Once we enter, we'll immediately go our separate ways. Words are no guarantee. Eat these elixirs, and I'll bring you in. The Purple Mansion Master waved his hand, and countless black elixirs appeared in the sky. They emitted a dark glow and were obviously not ordinary. The faces of the surrounding chosen, immortal clans changed when they saw these elixirs. Who knew if these things were poisonous? Could they be controlled? Therefore, a portion of the chosen immortal clans immediately turned and left. However, there were still some who gritted their teeth and prepared to fight. Wealth came from danger. Without the help of the Purple Mansion, they probably wouldn't even be able to enter the tomb, let alone search for treasures. Therefore, it was worth it for them to fight. These people all swallowed the elixirs. Very good. The Purple Palace, Lord smiled. These people from the chosen immortal clan would become their most loyal battle servants. Then he said to the people around him, "Let's do it." The Purple Mansion Master also had an extreme Dao weapon, but he didn't use it. It seemed like they were preparing something. The 36 array breaking flags rotated in the sky and began to break the array. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was progressing steadily. The Purple Mansion Master sneered. "Idiots. The tomb of the Great Emperor is extremely dangerous. If they use extreme Dao weapons now, it will consume too much energy. In the end, it will be difficult to move forward. Just wait and see. The person who has the last laugh will be the winner." Finally, after a series of attempts, a crack appeared in the formation before them. The Purple Mansion Master's lips curled up. "Let's go." He led the people around him and the chosen immortal clans in quickly. Damn it, they couldn't go in. There were still many chosen immortal clans outside. Their expressions were ugly. They could only pace back and forth. After entering, the soul suppression inside became even stronger. Everyone's faces were pale. In here, they could only use 60% of their soul power, and this was just entering the tomb. They wondered how much soul power they could use in the innermost part of the tomb. Lin Xian and the others were the first to enter. At this moment, their expressions were grave. This was because a second batch of puppets had appeared in the tomb. These puppets were wearing different types of armor. There were red, blue, green, and all kinds of colors. Lin Xian looked at them. They should be divided according to the 5 elements. This was an army of the 5 elements. The laws of the 5 elements on them were terrifying. These puppets also had runes flickering on their foreheads. Lin Xian frowned. They had rushed in too quickly before and didn't notice the puppets outside. This time, after killing these puppets, they had to take away the runes on their foreheads. Chapter 56-99. Qing Qing, attack the water-type puppet. Ruyu, attack the earth-type puppet. Diabolical Dragon, attack the metal-type puppet. Kill the Soul Ancestor, attack the wood-type puppet. Divine Union, follow me and attack the fire-type puppet. Lin Xian ordered. Everyone nodded and attacked quickly. A huge battle broke out in an instant. Behind them, more and more people entered. However, Lin Xian and the others weren't worried. This was because the second group to enter, the Great Emperor clan, was instantly enveloped by the new 5 elements puppet. It seemed like anyone who entered would be enveloped by the 5 elements puppet and could only fight for themselves. Whoever could break through the 5 elements array would be able to continue. After entering, the Yi family, Gu family, and the other Great Emperor clans were shocked. They could feel an extremely strong spiritual suppression and the might of the Great Emperor coming from the depths of the ancient tomb. They knew that if they used it here, they would be targeted by the Great Emperor. They didn't want to provoke such an attack. All right, since we're in an alliance, let's attack together. Those from the chosen immortal clan had entered with extreme weapons. Now that they saw the terrifying 5 elements puppet, they naturally wouldn't leave alone. In an instant, everyone started fighting again. Outside, countless people were pacing back and forth, waiting. They were all in despair. After waiting for a while, if there were no other opportunities, these people would leave. However, at this moment, the sky and earth trembled. Countless large cracks spread out, and the surrounding mountains collapsed in large swaths. Countless large cracks appeared in the void. Apart from the entrance of the ancient tomb, There wasn't a single place that was intact. The others were either crushed by this force and turned into a bloody mist, or were sent flying while vomiting blood. There were also some who were forced to kneel on the ground. They were trembling in fear. What force was this? Could it be that a shocking change had occurred in the great emperor's ancient tomb? No, they soon realized that it wasn't the great emperor's ancient tomb. It was a force that came from afar. In the distance, there was a terrifying aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Soon, they arrived above the ancient tomb. Those who had escaped looked up at the sky with difficulty. They were all stunned. What was that? What they saw was a shocking scene. In the sky, there was a huge figure. It was a frog squatting there. However, only half of its body was left, as if it had been cleaved in half by a blade. What was even more shocking was that, although the appearance of this half-frog was strange, it was actually quite strange. However, his aura was too terrifying. It completely surpassed that of a quasi-emperor. Quick, look at the aura on his body. Is that complete immortal chi? Heavens, it's not a shard of immortal chi, it's immortal chi. He was a true great emperor. Everyone went crazy, even in the deity ground. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to see a real great emperor, because they were not qualified. But now, an actual emperor lord had appeared and descended right before their very eyes. Apart from the half-martial monarch, the experts following behind him were equally terrifying. The aura on his body was extremely powerful. Immortal chi fragments were incomparably mysterious. These should be extremely horrifying quasi-emperors. These people were none other than the half-frog from the other shore and the other quasi-emperors. After they arrived, a terrifying light burst out from the half-frog's eyes. With a cold humph, he slapped out with his palm. Mountains and rivers shattered, and heaven and earth split apart. The soul formation in front of him couldn't withstand it at all, and a vortex instantly appeared. Let's go. The figure of the green-robed great emperor swayed and walked forward. The quasi-emperors behind him followed. When their figures disappeared, the surrounding people dared to stand up. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. Although the great emperor didn't attack them, he didn't even look at them. The aura he emitted suppressed them so much that they couldn't resist at all. Was this the most terrifying existence in the myriad worlds? Was this the pinnacle of the great Tao? Everyone was incomparably envious. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Quick, look, the formation in front hasn't healed yet." What? These people were shocked and looked forward. Great, we have a chance. Quick! These people rushed over one after another. Indeed, whether it was the formation-breaking flag or the extreme Tao weapons, the formation soon healed. However, this great emperor's palm caused a vortex to exist in the formation. One could imagine how terrifying a true great emperor was. These people quickly rushed through the vortex and rushed in. Inside the great emperor's ancient tomb, everyone was still fighting with a five-element puppet. Lin Xian's side had taken the lead to suppress the fire-element puppet. They began to collect the runes between the eyebrows of the puppets. These runes contained mysterious soul power and the terrifying law of fire. If they could comprehend it, it would be of great help to their great Tao. Gradually, Qing Cheng, Yen Ruyu, and the others finished their battles and began to clean up the battlefield. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire space was filled with a tremendous force that swept over. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. He immediately took out the sky-devouring crown and enveloped everyone. Not only them, but the other great emperor clans also did the same. Sky Emperor Cauldron, Qilin Furnace. Even Zi Fu took out the dragon cauldron to block it. A loud explosion rang out, and the extreme Tao weapons began to shake violently. The people inside also had their blood boiling. Those who weren't enveloped had their bodies split open and instantly turned into a bloody mist. Blood rained down, making one's scalp tingle. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian's expression changed. He said, "The aura of a great emperor. Did a great emperor come? Yen Ruyu exclaimed. Could it be that the great emperor inside has revived? Lin Xian shook his head. No, this aura, damn it, why is it so familiar? Could it be that they came out? Lin Xian was really shocked. He used his soul power to investigate. Although 60% of his soul power was suppressed in this place, Lin Xian's Rinnegan was still stronger than the others. Through the Rinnegan, he saw the scene outside. Every time a huge monster jumped, it would shatter heaven and earth. It was half a frog, surrounded by real immortal chi. Wherever it passed, gods and demons would retreat. Behind it, there were many figures like war gods. They were all powerful quasi-emperors. When the group moved, no one could stop them. It was indeed the green-robed great emperor. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Lin Xian's expression became serious. Didn't Higgin use the Book of Heavenly Tao to seal it? Why did it come out so soon? Once Higgin came out, he was really in danger, because there was more than one great emperor in Higgin. He waited for a while and found that when the great emperor's aura slowly disappeared, there was no second aura. Could it be that only the green-robed great emperor appeared? It seemed that the Book of Heavenly Tao was not completely broken. How in the world did he get out of here? He didn't know. However, Higgin must have used some mysterious means to do so. The other martial monarch clans were investigating too. They exclaimed, God, is that a real great emperor? The appearance of a living great emperor was simply too shocking. Although there had been great emperors in their families, no one had seen them before. Now that they saw it, it was really terrifying. Even the martial monarch's sons were trembling. That was a real great emperor, a supreme existence as terrifying as their father. What surrounded him was real immortal chi, which was far from what their immortal chi seeds could compare to. Chapter 5700. It was the green-robed great emperor. When the head of the Z mansion, Zi Rua, saw this, she immediately started laughing. A great emperor was enough to sweep everything away. He looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xian was dead for sure. He wanted to shout, but the green-robed great emperor had already disappeared. He didn't care about anyone at all. As a great emperor, he was high and mighty. Everyone else was like an ant. His goal this time was to enter the depths of the Soul Emperor's tomb. It would be best if he could find the Soul Emperor's body. Don't worry, the great emperor had already come out. Lin Wudi couldn't run away. Zi Rua nodded. Then let him live a little longer. Let's go, let's hurry up. Feeling Zi Rua's killing intent, Lin Xian and the others frowned. Brother Xian was in danger. Murong Qingqing was worried. Yan Ryu also said, Why don't we retreat this time? The great emperor won't leave in a short time. Let's leave here and find a place to hide. Anyway, the deity ground was so big, there were still opportunities in other places. Crimson Dragon and the others also said, Even if you have an extreme weapon, you can't fight against the great emperor. A living great emperor was too terrifying. Lin Xian said, No, my Tao is to go forward. My Tao heart is incomparably firm. I won't retreat, even if the great emperor is here, so what? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with determination. If he retreated, his Tao heart would be broken. The great emperor was powerful, but so what? There was always a way. The toad said, No, I have to go. Damn, you're too unloyal. Crimson Dragon and the others also looked at it with disdain. The toad said, Who said that? I'm not running away. I'm going to get reinforcements. After that, the toad looked at Lin Xian and said, Boy, do you remember that you were in the golden palace of the heavenly court? You saw a Jiutian goddess sleeping in a golden coffin. She had a human body and a snake tail. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, I remember. What's wrong? The toad said, That is my empress. I am going to wake her up now. Now that the frog had come out, the empress would definitely suppress it. Lin Xian was surprised. Are you saying that the sleeping powerhouse once fought with the green-robed great emperor? Of course, the empress still won. Now that frog only had half of its body left. Let's see how the Empress will beat it up. However, whether or not I can awaken Her Majesty, I only have a 50% chance. Brat, hang in there. All right, go ahead then. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Didn't that mean there was hope? Ruzalong set up a teleportation array. Send a toad after leaving the Crimson Dragon. He hurriedly constructed a large-scale teleportation array. He was directly teleported out of the deity ground. The toad's figure disappeared into the array. He said, "You must wait for me to come back. Let's go too. Be careful. Maybe there's a way to deal with the great emperor in this tomb." The group continued on their journey. The appearance of the green-robed great emperor swept out in all directions. Many places in the deity ground sensed it. Countless people knelt down. It seemed that a supreme existence had really appeared in the depths of the deity ground. The Moon Palace also felt it. In the mysterious sea, Guanghan Immortal frowned tightly. Did the green-robed great emperor appear? He even went to the tomb of the Soul Emperor. She was also surrounded by immortal energy, and her gaze pierced through heaven and earth. In the next moment, she waved her hand, and the Seven Wonders treasure tree beside her danced, shooting out an immortal light that swept out. Not long after, she returned with a figure. It was the daughter of the Soul Emperor. The daughter of the Soul Emperor was surprised when she saw the Guanghan Immortal. She bowed deeply. "Greetings, Senior." She felt an unfathomable power from the other party. "Han Qianshan, your father's tomb has been opened. There's something left for you inside. It's time for you to go." Then she said to Jade Rabbit next to her, "Little Jade, take her to the tomb of the Soul Emperor." Jade Rabbit next to her walked out and looked at Han Qianshan. Han Qianshan was also excited. "Thank you, Senior." Then she left with Jade Rabbit. Jade Rabbit also jumped and jumped. With a jump, she jumped through space and directly disappeared. The tomb of the Soul Emperor attracted more and more people. Some came to observe and some directly entered. There were also people who were worried. They didn't know how many people would come back alive. At this time, the void broke open again and a huge monster appeared. Everyone was startled, thinking that another great emperor-level character had come. But they found that it wasn't. It was a quasi-emperor, and it was a rabbit. A beautiful woman walked down from the rabbit's back. Jade Rabbit said, "Go in by yourself. Be careful. By the way, this is a gift from Master." Jade Rabbit handed her a bracelet. The bracelet had a 7-colored radiance and the aura of the Guanghan Immortal. There is a trace of Master's power on it. Even if you face it, the great emperor inside should be able to protect you. "Thank you, Senior Guanghan." The daughter of the Soul Emperor thanked her. Then her figure flickered and she entered the tomb. As for Jade Rabbit, it returned to report. After Han Qianshan entered, she didn't encounter any puppets. In fact, she was directly teleported away by a transmission array. Clearly, this ancient tomb felt Han Qianshan's bloodline. She was the daughter of the Soul Emperor. There should be something left here, specially for her. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others continued on their way. The tomb of the Soul Emperor was extremely terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Although the tomb of the Dragon Emperor had a terrifying aura, it didn't have so many puppets. Moreover, Lin Xian had opened the coffin of the Dragon Emperor. There was only a set of clothes inside, and there was no Dragon Emperor. This showed that the tomb of the Dragon Emperor was just an illusion. But the tomb of the Soul Emperor was different. There were countless array formations around, soul suppression, and billions of puppets that blotted out the sky and earth. It was horrifying. Every time they passed through a passage, a large number of puppets would rush over. They carried terrifying laws as they fought with Lin Xian and the others. Along the way, Lin Xian and the others had consumed a lot of energy. Many of them were injured, which made them despair. They had only just entered, and even Lin Xian had to consume a couple of pills to recover from it. The passage ahead suddenly became cold. There were many flames on both sides. It was like the fire of hell. It was deep and terrifying, making people afraid to move forward. The Hellfire Dragon Fist laughed. Good stuff. This was simply a heavenly treasure for him. He grabbed at the fire of hell with his big hand. This guy was crazy. Countless people were horrified when they saw the scene. These flames were extremely terrifying. He wasn't afraid of being turned into ashes. However, what was surprising was that nothing happened to the Hellfire Dragon. Instead, the aura on its body became stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, he roared the sky and collected all the fire of hell around him. The flames in the sky disappeared, leaving behind some black marks. Delightful, it was truly delightful. The Hellfire Dragon laughed. The Crimson Dragon, Yenryu, and the others were shocked. Chapter 5701. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Hellfire Dragon had become stronger. He wondered how many times it was at its peak. Lin Xian guessed that it shouldn't be as strong as Elder Xia, because the Hellfire Dragon had been beaten by Elder Xia. But it was definitely stronger than an ordinary quasi-emperor. Humph! Seeing the Hellfire Dragon's strength increase, the surrounding people were envious. However, someone snorted coldly, and at the same time, a cold killing intent appeared. The Crimson Dragon and the others turned their heads and gritted their teeth. Damn, it's like a ghost. It was the people from the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian frowned. The Purple Mansion Lord, Zi Ruo, sneered. Brat, the Great Emperor is here. It won't be long before you die. If you kneel down now and hand over the inheritance and the Great Dragon Sword, we might give you a quick death. Lin Xian smiled. You're just a quasi-emperor. Also, you dare to come in front of me when the Great Emperor isn't here. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? As he spoke, he punched out. The golden fist shone in all directions. The Purple Mansion Lord's expression changed. You dare? He formed purple clouds that filled the sky to block the punch. The people around him were also angry. Attack! The people from the Thousand Blades sect and the Immortal Sword sect were full of killing intent. They had long wanted to attack Lin Xian. The people on Lin Xian's side also pulled out their swords. The atmosphere was extremely tense. At this time, Whitey flew out and waved the treasure bowl, slapping it forward. At this time, many people on the opposite side exclaimed, Damn it! Where are the treasures in my storage ring? Where's my lingua? Damn monkey, you dare to steal my things? Capture this monkey and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Those people were instantly angry. Whitey put away the treasure bowl and made faces in the air, spitting saliva. The people on the Divine Union's side laughed. Whitey used to only make faces. It probably learned the trick of spitting saliva from the toad. Damn, you dare to provoke us? The people from the Thousand Blades sect sent out a sky full of saber light. The void was torn apart and slashed towards the Divine Union's side. Do you think we don't exist? Bai Susu and the others from the Divine Union also shouted, Attack! They also made their moves. All kinds of laws covered the sky and covered the earth. As the two of them clashed, a terrifying aura swept across the area. Lin Xian waved his hand. Myriad swords returned to origin. Countless sword chi appeared on his body and slashed forward. The 10,000 Blades sex people's chi and blood surged. After being hit by the sword chi, their faces were filled with terror. This guy's sword technique was actually so terrifying. The people from the Immortal Sword sect sneered. So you are also a swordsman. However, how can your swordsmanship compare to ours? A row of experts walked out from the Immortal Sword. There were 24 top-notch swordsmen with long swords on their backs. Their sword auras were soaring to the sky. Sword chi slashed out one after another, bringing with it a sharp power, causing the surrounding people to retreat. Some clans said, Let's leave while they're fighting. These people soared into the air and flew forward. They wanted to seize the initiative. The hellfire in front of them had already disappeared, so they didn't have any fear. They charged forward in an instant. Attack! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He rushed over and waved his sword qi. With a slash of his sword, a quasi-emperor was cut in half and let out a miserable cry. Lin Xian waved his sword qi again. The arms of 3 swordsmen disappeared. Miserable cries could be heard. The people from the Immortal Sword sect had also gone crazy. In terms of sword technique, they thought that no one was their match. However, the other party's sword technique was so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they had lost many experts. Kill him. Let's do it together. The people from the Immortal Sword sect roared crazily. Murong Qingqing also rushed over. You want to hurt Brother Xian? The wings of the 7-colored phoenix appeared on his back. He waved his hands. The terrifying shadow of the phoenix shot out. Between heaven and earth, phoenixes danced in the sky. Yan Ruyu led a group of great demons from the Demon Emperor Mountain and also moved out. Yan Ruyu's feet bloomed like lotuses. When those lotuses bloomed, they could sweep everything away. The Crimson Dragon threw out one array after another. The Purple Mansion side suffered heavy losses. The Myriad Dao sect, the Immortal Sword sect, and the Chosen Immortal Clan were all terrified. The Purple Mansion Lord, Zirua, said, "Attack with all your might. You Chosen Immortal Clan, take the lead." The Chosen Immortal Clan wanted to retreat, but Zirua waved her hand and an immortal technique was cast. The Chosen Immortal Clan had all eaten elixirs. At this moment, they felt like their souls were about to be torn apart. No, stop, let's go. These people knew that they had been controlled and could no longer escape. They could only charge over crazily. This was a huge battle. The Purple Mansion and the Divine Union were mortal enemies. The Purple Mansion Lord wanted to kill Lin Xian. Therefore, he wouldn't hold back at all. Haha, I'm coming too. The Hellfire Dragon had just swallowed the Hellfire and was stronger than before. His 7-Crown King realm had completely stabilized. At this moment, he stretched out his dragon claws and Hellfire spread. Dozens of experts were instantly turned into ashes. The battle was very terrifying. The people on Lin Xian's side were very strong. The people of the 10,000 Blades sect and the Immortal Sword sect were frightened. In an instant, they were suppressed and many experts fell. They gritted their teeth and looked at the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion Lord had never imagined that Lin Xian would be so terrifying now. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian. He was sent flying by Lin Xian's palm and vomited blood. Go! They could only lead their people and charge forward. Lin Xian sneered. Where are you going? He led the people of the Divine Union and charged forward. Lin Xian used the Shadowless Heavens net, and his speed was extremely fast. At the same time, he used the Azura sword technique. This was the god-slaying sword technique. Every sword move killed a Purple Mansion expert. In an instant, the people of the Purple Mansion were scared out of their wits. No, why was he so strong? The people of the 10,000 Blade sect and the Immortal Sword sect were also injured. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of experts had been killed by Lin Xian. They were terrified. Damn it. They had come from the depths of the Deity land and were high and mighty. They didn't care about anything. However, they were really scared now. Purple Mansion Lord, send a message to the experts of the Nirvana realm and ask them to send 2 powerhouses over. Although the Great Emperor wouldn't pay attention to them, there were still many powerhouses following behind him. As long as 1 or 2 of them came over, they would be able to kill him. All right, I'll send the message now. The Purple Mansion Lord started forming hand seals to send the message. Lin Xian's face sank. He had seen the group of experts back then. They were all stronger than 7-Crown King. None of them were weak. Even one of them would be a great threat to them. Therefore, his face darkened. Hurry up and get rid of them. As he spoke, Lin Xian used his soul power. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the sky, and the illusions of 6 worlds pressed down on them. Not good. It was a soul attack. the people of the Purple Mansion cried out in alarm. Even the Purple Mansion Lord turned pale and vomited blood. Their souls had been suppressed in this place. Now that they had suffered another soul attack, they were seriously injured. Lin Wudy, I won't let you off. The people on the other side roared crazily. Chapter 5702. Many people from the Purple Mansion were killed by the six-path suppression. They rushed forward crazily. Damn it, did I lose to him again this time? Lin Xian and the others chased them from behind. On their side, there were also people who had died. However, it was much better than the situation in the Purple Mansion. The people from the Black Demon race followed and attacked. At the same time, they were terrified. To be honest, they had never seen such a big battle. The Black Demon race was a demon, and they usually liked to crush ants. However, they would do their best to submit to the strong. Therefore, their battles were either instant kills or submission, not daring to make a move. How could there be such a big battle where both sides fought until blood filled the sky? Were these people from the outside universe? It was too crazy. They were all lunatics. Now they were stunned. Even if they did not submit to Lin Xian, it would not be long before they were defeated by some strong people from the outside universe. The Deity land was rich in resources, had many powerful cultivation techniques, and had many strong people. However, they had never experienced such a cruel battle. The people from the outside universe were inferior to them in all aspects, but they fought all the way. They grew up in the cruelest way. Once such people got the chance, the people from the Deity land would not be able to fight against them. Indeed, it was not just the Black Demon race. The people from the 10,000 Saber sect and the Immortal Sword sect also had ugly expressions. Many people were scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a battle before. On the other hand, the people from the Divine Union had determined expressions. They had followed Lin Xian and fought all the way. They had offended many sects and experienced many battles, but they had survived all of them. Even when they clashed with the 10,000 dragon courts, extreme Tao, they won. Therefore, they could adapt to such a battle. Another hall appeared in front of them. The people from the 10,000 Saber sect and the Immortal Sword sect quickly rushed over. The people from the Purple Mansion also heaved a sigh of relief. The hall was very spacious and incomparably vast. There were countless pictures engraved on the ground, like totems. There seemed to be a pitch-black hall above. There was no roof, so no one cared. However, when they entered, they felt a suppression. Not good. Their souls were suppressed again. Most likely, they would only be able to unleash half of their soul strength here. Not only that, but it was also sharp. After Lin Xian and the others entered, they also felt as heavy as a mountain. Lin Xian said vigilantly, "Everyone be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, in that dark place in the sky, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a sonorous sound rang out. It was as if a long knife had been unsheathed. Then, the saber light flashed and slashed down. Inside the hall, countless people screamed. Some people clutched their heads and screamed miserably. Their bodies were fine, but their souls were destroyed. Under this move, thousands of experts fell. The remaining people went crazy. They retreated in horror and activated their defensive armors and magical treasures to protect themselves. At the same time, they looked up at the sky in horror. What was that? It was saber light. The people of the 10,000 Blades sect roared crazily. As peerless swordsmen, they naturally recognized him at a glance. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was frowning. Not only was it a saber light, but it also contained extremely strong soul energy. That saber light had destroyed the souls of countless experts. The mansion master of the Purple Mansion looked pale and said with difficulty, "Is this the soul cutter?" "What? The soul cutter?" It specialized in cutting souls. It was said to have a very terrifying evil aura. Could it be refined by the great emperor? Hurry up and defend. On the side of the Kirin clan, the Kirin son shouted angrily and prepared to use his supreme weapon. However, at this moment, a quasi-emperor of the Kirin clan exclaimed, "Damn it, why is my connection with the Kirin cauldron so weak?" The Kirin son's expression changed. In the next moment, his face also turned pale. That was indeed the case. Their connection with the extreme weapons had weakened. Not good, because their souls were suppressed. Damn it, this was indeed the tomb of the great emperor. It was terrifying. They knew that it would be more difficult for them to use their supreme weapon here. However, they didn't expect it to be so difficult. The Yi family, the Gu family, and the others were also facing a great enemy. They tried their best to mobilize the power of their supreme weapon. They put up defenses around them. On the other side, the mansion master of the Purple Mansion also looked pale. On his side, the situation was even worse. Originally, his soul was suppressed. Moreover, he had been hit by the 6 paths of reincarnation. His situation was even worse. Damn Linwoody, don't let me get the chance. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His soul suppression was considered the lightest. Therefore, he used a trace of the power of the sky-devouring jar to surround him. At the same time, he looked at the Killer Soul Sect Master and said, "It's time for you to make a move." Although the Killer Soul Sect had also submitted to them, the Killer Soul Sect Master was a puppet. He was different from those who had joined Lin Xian and the Divine Union. Therefore, Lin Xian gave them the most difficult task at this moment, which was to assassinate. The Killer Soul Sect Master stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Young Master, we dare not disobey your orders." "Very good." Lin Xian's lips curled up. "Then let's make a move." He gave the order to the Killer Soul Sect Master. The Killer Soul Sect Master stood up. Behind him were countless powerhouses from the Killer Soul Sect. These people had sharp blades and daggers in their hands, ready to attack. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at the Hellfire Dragon and said, "Release the demonic aura." A terrifying demonic aura appeared on Lin Xian's body. The Hellfire Dragon also released demonic clouds. At the order, the people of the Black Demon race all moved. Boundless demonic aura began to spread and covered the entire hall. Although the hall was vast at this moment, it was covered by dark clouds, and the light dimmed instantly. Everyone went crazy. "Damn it, what happened?" The Qilin Sun roared, "Linwoody, are you crazy? Why are you releasing the demonic aura? Do you want to attack all of us?" As soon as these words came out, the other emperor races also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The surrounding people also turned their heads to look. However, at this moment, the figures of Lin Xian and the others had already been covered by the demonic aura and disappeared. At the same time, a cold voice came from the sky. "Purple Mansion, accept my anger. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The experts of the Purple Mansion sighed, shouted coldly. The quasi-emperors were also full of killing intent. The people of the 10,000 Knives sect were still surrounded by saber light and sword chi, ready to fight. However, at this moment, in the darkness, a team moved, led by the Killer Soul sect. At this moment, these people finally made their move. Buzz! In the darkness, a cold light flashed, and a figure was cut in half. Blood flew, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Not good. Someone was injured. Everyone was terrified. Above their heads was the soul cutter, and they didn't know when it would fall. Now, there were people who attacked again. Then, countless cold light flashed. The people of the Purple Mansion side screamed, "Damn it, it's the assassin! Fight back! There's a terrifying assassin!" "Lin Woody, how dare you sneak attack us?" The Purple Mansion master roared crazily. The people of the Immortal Sword sect also shouted, "Come out and fight if you have the guts." However, no one answered. What answered them was only cold saber light and terrifying assassination techniques. Chapter 5703. A terrifying roar sounded. People from the Purple Mansion sect fell one after another. Zi Ruo, the head of the Purple Mansion sect, looked up to the sky and roared, "Hurry up and defend!" Terrifying laws appeared on their bodies. Armor, shields, and pagodas were used to defend themselves. A sonorous sound came. At the same time, Zirua roared, "Kill! Kill that Lin Wuti!" Many people rushed over. The cold laws connected together and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and slashed out with his sword. The Shura sword technique, with even more terrifying killing intent, directly pierced through those people who came forward. A drop of blood dripped from the forehead of those people, but their souls were destroyed. Damn it, damn it. The surrounding people went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Wuti to be so terrifying. At this time, the soul cutter in the sky slashed down again. Lin Xian roared, "Come back!" The people of the Killing Soul sect quickly retreated. The people of the Purple Mansion sect had just breathed a sigh of relief when they had to face the terror of the Soul Cutter. The Soul Cutter was even more terrifying than the Killing Soul sect. The people of the Killing Soul sect could still resist, but the Soul Cutter couldn't resist at all. Once it was enveloped, it would definitely die. Retreat quickly. These people fled in all directions. Under the slash, some people fell. The people of the Purple Mansion sect, the Thousand Blade sect, and the Immortal Sword sect all had ugly expressions. At the same time, Lin Xian frowned slightly. The Soul Cutter also killed some people on their side. As expected of the Great Emperor's ancient tomb, it was really terrifying. After the Soul Cutter fell, it rose high into the sky and hid in the darkness. He didn't know where the next attack would come from. Lin Xian waved his hand and ordered the Killing Soul sect's sect master to lead the people of the Killing Soul sect to rush over again. Damn it, fight it out with him. The Purple Mansion sect's sect master instantly rushed over. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, he shot out 4 pillars, the dragon trapping pillars. The 4 pillars directly enveloped Lin Xian, forming a terrifying array formation. It was as if they wanted to trap Lin Xian, the true dragon. The people from the 10,000 Blade sect and the Immortal Sword sect also rushed over. One saber slashed towards Lin Xian, while the other stabbed towards Lin Xian's forehead. Both of them were fatal attacks. Go to hell! The 2 of them roared crazily. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering and turning into a black hole. Lin Xian roared, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Boundless, sword chi rushed out from his body, sword severing heaven and earth. This was the sword technique that he had just comprehended. Under the universe, between heaven and earth, everything was a sword. Countless sword chi danced in the air, turning into a storm that swept out in all directions. A leaf and a flower as a sword, a mountain and a river as a sword. The terrifying sword chi pierced through from every direction, hitting the experts of the 10,000 Blade sect and the Immortal Sword sect, tearing their bodies apart. In the blink of an eye, dozens of experts died. The surrounding people were also terrified when they felt the sword light. What was this? Even Murong Qingqing and the others were surprised. It wasn't the unique skill that Brother Xian used before. Could it be that he had just cultivated it? The mansion master of the Purple Mansion also dodged the attack with difficulty, his face pale. However, he slapped down with his jade-like hand. Seal me. The dragon trapping pillar can even trap a divine dragon. I don't believe that it can't trap you. He roared crazily. A mysterious power appeared on the dragon trapping pillar and swept towards Lin Xian. Gradually, the sword chi around Lin Xian dimmed and then disappeared. Lin Xian frowned. This dragon-trapping pillar was indeed terrifying. It seemed that it was a terrifying array. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon rushed over with his men. Boy, don't worry. I'll help you break it. Stop him. Zirua roared. The chosen immortal race she was sitting on rushed over and stopped the dark red dragon. Lin Wuti, let's see how you escape this time. She sneered. The dragon-trapping pillar couldn't kill the other party, but it could trap the other party. As long as she waited for the soul-severing blade to fall and cut the other party would definitely die. She wanted to kill the other party with a borrowed knife. The soul-severing blade in the sky appeared again and was about to fall. This time, it also enveloped the area where Lin Xian was. Not good. Yanruyu and the others exclaimed. Zi Ruo sneered. She had already retreated far away. Let's see how the other party will die this time. At the critical moment, demonic qi appeared on Lin Xian's body and the phantom of a demon god appeared. He threw a punch at the dragon trapping pillar and sent one of them flying. The remaining 3 pillars also started to shake. Lin Xian escaped. As soon as he left, the soul-severing blade slashed down and tore the area below into pieces. Shin Jingqiu had warned him not to use the illusion fiend scripture so easily. However, at this critical moment, Lin Xian had no other choice. He had just comprehended the Qingkuan sword technique. Although it was powerful, it was still inferior to the real emperor's ancient scripture. Therefore, Lin Xian probably had to use the illusion fiend scripture for now. Without the dragon-trapping pillar holding him back, Lin Xian charged straight at the Purple Mansion Lord. He slashed out with his sword and cut off a strand of the other party's hair. The Purple Mansion Lord retreated in fear. The people around him last night came forward. However, Lin Xian appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The second slash. The sword of slaughter had split open the space between Headmaster Zi's eyebrows, injuring his soul. The third slash cut off one of his arms. The Purple Mansion Lord was injured and retreated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat quickly." It seemed that now was not the time to kill the other party. It was better to wait for the powerhouses of the Nirvana realm to arrive. The Myriad Tao sect, the Immortal Sword sect, and a dozen other chosen immortal clans hurried back. They protected Zi Ruo and retreated into the distance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the Purple Mansion Lord had recruited a large number of experts, they were still no match for him. That's great. When Qingqing and the others saw this, they all laughed. As for the others, they were all shocked. The current Lin Wuti was already so terrifying. It seemed that they really couldn't provoke him easily. The people in the Killing Soul also retreated quickly. However, at this moment, the hundreds of assassins suddenly split open. A terrifying force tore their bodies apart. Moreover, this force was still spreading, and its target was Lin Xian. It was too fast. It was unbelievably fast. This was the speed of lightning. In an instant, it hit Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was sent flying. With a loud bang, dust filled the air and the void shattered. Lin Xian's figure was shrouded in dust. "Brother Xian," Murong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon's face also changed. Who was it? Did the people of the Purple Mansion Lord have a death wish? The Hellfire Dragon said, "No, it's not the Purple Mansion Lord." He saw an endless amount of lightning condensing in the void. Then, the figure of an old man appeared. This proved that the old man's aura was 7 Crown King. The terrifying power made everyone's scalp go numb. Lin Xian was killed by 7 Crown King in one move. The surrounding people were all stunned. Some of the chosen immortal clans were gloating. Those from the monarch clans also frowned. Lin Wuti wouldn't die like this, right? In front, the storm gradually stopped and the cracks healed. A figure walked out. It was Lin Wuti. He didn't die. Everyone looked up into the distance. They were all stunned. Chapter 5704. Lin Xian's body was engulfed in flames. There was a crack on his body that was slowly healing. The attack just now was indeed too terrifying. It was as if a sharp blade had split his body open. However, that was all he could do. It was impossible to kill him. He walked out and looked forward with a cold expression like a demon god. He wanted to see who dared to sneak up on him. In the void opposite him, endless thunderbolts revolved around an old man standing there. This old man was wearing blue battle armor, and his face was filled with age. At this moment he was dumbfounded. In his hand was a 3-edged lightning spike. On it, there were destructive electric arcs that kept jumping around. It was this weapon that had attacked Lin Xian just now. "You're not dead." The old man was extremely surprised. "Brother Xian, are you okay?" Yan Ruyu, Murong Qingqing, and the others also flew over, looking nervous. Lin Xian shook his head to calm them down. Then he looked at the old man again. He said coldly, "You're from the Heavenly Thunder Tribe, aren't you?" "The Heavenly Thunder Tribe has been destroyed. How dare you sneak up on me?" He felt an aura similar to young Master Tianji on the old man. The old man was indeed from the Heavenly Thunder Tribe. The old man was sent by the Heavenly Thunder Tribe's leader to assassinate Lin Xian. However, as soon as the old man came out, the Heavenly Thunder Tribe was destroyed with a slap. The old man returned as if he had gone crazy. In the end, he decided to come and carry out the mission. He tracked down Lin Xian all the way and finally found him. Just now, he launched a sure-kill attack. He thought that he could kill him with one move, but he didn't expect him to still be alive. Damn it, he didn't know how the old man survived. However, the old man shouted angrily and attacked again. "Boy, where is our young master Tianji?" he roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned young Master Tianji. Young Master Tianji knelt in front of him and kept kowtowing. "Greetings, Master." When he saw this scene, the old man went crazy. Their peerless genius, young Master Tianji, had been turned into a puppet? He couldn't stand it, then go to hell. Zhang Xian flicked his sleeves, and a small mountain of lightning appeared from within. Then they turned into millions of mountains and swept in all directions. The lightning continued to crush, releasing a terrifying aura. Lin Xian and the people around him were all suppressed. The crowd only felt an invisible pressure surging down from the sky. This power caused their bodies to tremble, making it difficult for them to escape in a short period of time. Even their movements became slower. "This is a good opportunity. Go to hell." The old man sneered and rushed over again with a tri-edged lightning thorn in his hand. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. This time, his target was Lin Xian's head. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless strands of sword qi appeared on his body and flew in all directions. It pierced through the lightning mountain, and countless shattered rocks fell to the ground. The old man was also enveloped by the sword qi that filled the sky. He kept swinging the tri-edged lightning thorn in his hand, making earth-shattering sounds. He was shocked. He was the 7-crown king, and his opponent was only the 5-crown king. It should be easy to kill his opponent. However, he failed the first time, and the second time he was blocked by his opponent's sword qi. Damn it, unforgivable. The lightning in his heart continued to spread out, forming a diagram of heavenly lightning. Red lightning surrounded his body. This time he was going to go all out. Not good. Sensing this power, Murong Qingqing and the others cried out in alarm and prepared to defend themselves. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and the universe ring appeared in his hand. Then he waved it forward. A ray of golden light streaked across the sky. The people around them sneered. Lin Wudi was dead meat. That was the 7-crown king. Killing him would be a piece of cake. The old man from the Heavenly Thunder Tribe thought so too. He had already summoned a trace of the tribulation's power. He didn't believe that he could block it. Looking at the golden light in front of him, he didn't care at all. Instead, he rushed forward. In the next moment, the two collided. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The golden light pierced through the red lightning and tore his body apart. It turned the void into a black hole. Then, the golden light turned and returned to Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian waved his embroidered robe and put it away. The entire process happened in an instant. It was over in the blink of an eye. The surrounding people were stunned. What had happened? They didn't know. But when they looked over, they saw that the old man from the 7-crown king's body had been torn apart. His body had long been torn to pieces, and his soul had been torn to shreds. He was dead. Countless people were shocked. Even those from the monarch races sucked in a breath of cold air. What was that just now? Was it an extreme weapon that could instantly kill the Seven-Crowned King? In their opinion, Lin Xian could only do that if he used an extreme weapon. But just now, they didn't sense any extreme aura at all. It wasn't the power that hit the dragon's sword soul. Then what was it? Damn it, this brat actually had another kind of super strong power in his hands. Even the people from the Morong Qingcheng were surprised. They looked at Lin Xian curiously. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to them. It was a treasure. However, it could only be used once. It needed to accumulate power before it could be used again. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the old man's storage ring and the tri-edged lightning spike. Then he looked around and said coldly, "Who else wants to make an enemy out of me?" The surrounding people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. The monarch races also frowned. The faces of the people from the Purple Palace became incomparably ugly. That attack just now had truly frightened them. That was the Seven-Crowned King. If Lin Xian used him to deal with them, no one would be able to stop him. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the soul-severing blade appeared in the sky again. In the dark sky, the soul-severing blade mercilessly slashed at the void. Heaven and earth shattered. The surrounding people all frantically retreated. But those who were shrouded, no matter how many crowned kings they were all turned into ashes. Their souls were destroyed. Damn it. The people from the Gu family entered the void, but still some of them died. The people from the Yi family also roared. They tried their best to resist, but they still couldn't stop it. The monarch races could only use the power of the extreme Tao to defend themselves. Not long after entering the ancient tomb, they had to use the power of the extreme Tao weapon. If this continued, with their current power, they wouldn't be able to reach the end at all. Break the barrier and leave this palace. The people from the Purple Mansion took out 36 array-breaking flags again. They were ready to break the array. The surrounding people all did the same. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked up at the mysterious soul-severing blade. He squinted his eyes. "Kid, what are you thinking?" The Hellfire Dragon also said, "Not yet." Lin Xian said, "Although the soul-severing blade is terrifying and can destroy a person's soul, but I feel that if I can withstand the pressure here, my soul can be strengthened." Around, the Blood Race, Quasi-Emperor Mandela, and the others all felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. Everyone wanted to escape. But Lin Xian wanted to use the soul-severing blade to increase his strength. This was too bold. Chapter 5705. Lin Xian decided not to leave. He was going to stay here to hone his soul and improve his Rinnegan. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it was too dangerous. Lin Xian said to the people around him, "You can try to attack the array first." The Blood Clan and the 6 chosen immortal clans retreated. On the other side, the Soul Sect and the Black Demon Clan didn't dare to fight back. So, they were all ready to break out. As for the others, such as Morong Qingcheng, Yen Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, and the Hellfire Dragon, they were ready. Like Lin Xian, they were also going to train their souls here. Boom! Lin Xian roared and pointed his sword to the sky. Terrifying sword energy rushed into the sky. The people around him attacked the array. When they saw this scene, they all went crazy. Did that kid want to die? He dared to challenge the Soul Cutter. He was really reckless. When the people of the Purple Mansion saw this, they sneered. Who did he think he was? The Kirin clan and the Kunping clan shook their heads. They knew that Lin Xian had an extreme weapon to defend himself. However, it would be difficult for him to reach the end with such a consumption of energy. Boom! The Soul Cutter seemed to be challenged and let out a rumbling sound. When it slashed down, the soul power swept over like a vast ocean. Lin Quan and the others dodged to avoid the most terrifying power. However, they didn't move too far away. Instead, they let the remaining power of the power envelop them. Their souls felt the impact, as if they would shatter at any time. However, they stubbornly held on. Lin Xian's right Rinnegan erupted with a terrifying light. He was resisting the heavenly path. In the terrifying phantom of the Rinnegan, a palm appeared in the eye. This was the hand of the heavenly path. It kept dancing and slapping in all directions. In the end, the hand of the heavenly path shattered. However, Lin Xian didn't give up. He continued to train his soul like this, again and again. Gradually, a few days later, the surrounding array seemed to be about to break. In the process, some people had died. There was nothing he could do about it. The soul-severing saber would appear in a different location every time. It appeared randomly, so it was very difficult for them to resist. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also pale. In the past few days, their souls had been shaken. However, they had all recovered somewhat. They could feel that their souls were stronger than before. Previously, their souls had been suppressed by 60% here. Now, they felt that their souls were strong. The suppressive power was no longer that strong. It was only 50% or 40%. It was clear that their soul strength had increased. Lin Xian was even more delighted because the heavenly Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation had also changed. Earlier, only a single palm had appeared in the eye. Yet now, 2 palms had appeared. Its might was many times stronger than before. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't know what would appear in the heavenly Tao in the end. De Long said the 6 paths of reincarnation can summon the 6 realms. Legend has it that the heavenly Tao is in the heaven realm. In the end, he should be able to summon the people from the heaven realm. Although they were not real people, they were just illusions of the heaven realm. That was also very terrifying. Summon the people from the heaven realm? Lin Xian was shocked and overjoyed. At the same time, he was also surprised. What could the human Tao and earth Tao summon? Other than these 3, there were 3 other paths. He didn't know where they were. Boom! Finally, the array formation was broken by someone. The people from the Purple Mansion took the lead and rushed out. The people from the Emperor clan also moved out. They left this place. Run away. Finally, they left this cage of death. The Blood Ancestor, the Soul Slayer clan, the Black Demon clan, and the others also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "You guys go. Ruzalong, Qingqing, do you still want to continue?" The Crimson Dragon shook his head. "No, my soul is about to shatter." Murong Qingqing and the others also said, "We seem to be reaching our limit." "All right, then you guys go to the main hall in front first. I'll stay here and prepare to train." Lin Xian felt that his heavenly Tao of reincarnation still had a chance of breaking through. "Brother Xian, be careful." Murong Qingqing and the others flew forward. As for Lin Xian, he stayed here and continued to fight. He wanted to successfully summon an illusion of the heavenly realm. After entering the 3rd hall, it was pitch black here. The soul suppression of the people inside was still 60%. However, Murong Qingqiang, Yenruyu, and the others had their souls suppressed because of the previous tempering. Their souls were suppressed by 50%, so they were stronger than others. Therefore, they had an advantage over the others here. I wonder what's in the 3rd palace? The surrounding people had ugly expressions. After being here for so long, so many experts had fallen. It seemed that they didn't get any treasures. The Crimson Dragon and the others sneered. Stupid things. Every place in the tomb of the great emperor was a place of training. For example, before, they and Lin Xian had both tempered their souls to improve. It was just that these people were timid and afraid of death, so they couldn't get any benefits. At this moment, 4 balls of white flames suddenly appeared in the surroundings of the main hall. It was pulsing like a will-o'-the-wisp. Under each ghost fire, there was a treasure chest. It was inlaid with gems and emitted a dreamy radiance. There were treasures. Seeing the scene, everyone was finally happy. Kill! With an angry roar, the chosen immortal clan instantly rushed over. "Don't act rashly," Zi Ruo shouted angrily. The people of the Yi family also frowned. Everyone be careful. These people had all entered large families before. They knew that they would definitely not be so kind as to let them get the treasures for free. Clang! Sure enough, just as the dozen or so people of the chosen immortal clan rushed over, the white ghost fire moved the flames. At the same time, a large number of cracks appeared on the ground. One by one, skeletons surrounded by bloody light crawled out. These skeletons roared at the sky and instantly charged towards the chosen immortal clan. Get lost. The people of the chosen immortal clan roared angrily and used immortal spells. They were incomparably vast as they charged forward. In the blink of an eye, 300 blood skeletons were sent flying. However, even more of them crawled out. In an instant, the entire space was filled with these blood skeletons. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They continuously appeared from the ground, the surrounding walls, and the roof. It was like a sea of blood that enveloped everyone. Damn it, hurry up and attack. Some people shouted angrily. Morong Ching and the others also shouted loudly, attack. They headed towards a treasure chest. Since they were surrounded and had to fight, they might as well get a treasure chest. A great battle erupted in an instant. It was very tragic. Those blood skeletons were continuously killed. In the blink of an eye, 40,000 blood skeletons had fallen. However, even more blood skeletons ran out. This was the tomb of a great emperor. Who knew how many traps the Soul Emperor had set up here back then? Perhaps tens of millions or even billions, no one knew. Everyone only knew that they were continuously killed. Next, people from the chosen immortal clan fell. Gradually, the quasi-emperors were also torn into pieces and dragged into the ground. Fear and despair. These people screamed crazily. In addition to them, more and more people entered from behind. This was because previously the green-robed great emperor had punched through the array formation, allowing the people outside to enter. However, after these people came in, they could only despair. Because this place was really too terrifying. It was like a Jura hell. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The third hall was still surrounded by endless blood skeletons. Everyone's faces were pale. The people of the emperor race seemed to have no choice but to use the power of the extreme Tao to defend. Damn it, could it be that they couldn't be killed? Yan Ryu said, Ching, I'm going to use the extreme Tao weapon. The Crimson Dragon said, it's so early. Yan Ryu said, anyway, we have many extreme Tao weapons on our side. It's not a big deal to use them once. Let's see what's in the treasure chest first. Okay, Murong Ching nodded. Get ready. They all took a deep breath. Yan Ryu waved her hand. Behind her, a green lotus appeared and bloomed between heaven and earth. It swept forward, and the sky was filled with green lotuses. The surrounding skeletons continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 blood skeletons fell. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Finally, a sea of blood was formed, causing the entire world to tremble. Countless people were shocked. This was the aura of an extreme Tao weapon. Someone was using an extreme Tao weapon. Chapter 5706. As soon as the power of the extreme grade weapon was unleashed, the entire hall shook. At the same time, countless people knelt down. The people from the chosen immortal clan were shocked. Even the powerhouses from the depths of the deity ground were trembling. They couldn't help it. In front of the power of the extreme grade, they seemed to have become insignificant. The people from the Yi family were shocked. Is this Yan Ryu? Are the people from the Divine Union going to use the extreme grade weapon? The people from the Gu family snorted. This is too fast. The people from the Qilin clan frowned. The blood skeletons in front of Yan Ryu kept shattering. No one was a match for the Green Lotus. The group of people quickly rushed forward and arrived in front of a ghost fire on the right. The treasure chest under the ghost fire was already defenseless. The extreme grade weapon shrouded the treasure chest. Countless people turned their heads to look, their eyes red. At this moment, with a loud boom, a vast amount of energy was thrown out, pressing down on them. It seemed like the aura of the great emperor was descending towards Yen Ryu. Not good. Countless people were terrified and knelt on the ground. The people from the great emperor's family were also shocked. They knew that it was very unwise to use the extreme grade weapon here. Previously, they had used the extreme grade weapon to protect themselves. Now that Yen Ryu had used the extreme grade weapon, she was finally facing the attack of the great emperor. Although it was just an aura, it was enough to shatter the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Countless people fainted under this aura. The people from the 10,000 Sabers sect sneered when they saw the scene. Stupid thing. She had used the extreme grade weapon. There was no way she could defend herself. She would definitely die. The people from the Immortal Sword sect also sneered. Let's see if that brat still dares to be so arrogant. The other people from the chosen Immortal clan also shook their heads and sneered. So what if you have the extreme grade weapon? This is the resting place of the great emperor. You can't kill him here. Yen Ryu's face was pale. Using the extreme grade weapon, this time had a huge impact on her. She had several storage rings in her hands that had lost the power of their storage rings. However, at that moment, Yen Ryu moved. The 2 pagodas stood between heaven and earth and blocked the attack. With a loud bang, heaven and earth collapsed. The surrounding blood skeletons were all shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. As for the others, they were also sent flying. Some of them were reduced to ashes, but most of them were coughing up blood. Was he dead? Everyone looked over, but they were soon stunned. This was impossible. The people of the 10,000 Blades sect were shocked. It was blocked. The person inside the immortal sword was also trembling. What was that pagoda? Why do I also sense the aura of the extreme Tao? Damn it! Did the Divine Union actually use 2 extreme grade weapons? They were all going crazy. They all looked at the Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord. Surprisingly, the Z government dared to fight against such a person. Right now, they were all a little afraid. The members of the chosen immortal race that followed the Purple Mansion were filled with despair. They seemed to have chosen the wrong team. The head of the Purple Mansion, Zirua, snorted coldly. A bunch of ignorant people. This one was called Murong Qingqing. She was a member of the Phoenix clan. The previous one was Yen Ryu, the successor of Emperor Qing. They didn't completely belong to the Divine Union. Upon hearing this, the ninjas of the 10,000 Knives sect and the Immortal Sword sect heaved a sigh of relief. However, the other chosen immortal races were still on guard. Although that was the case, the other party still had many extreme grade weapons. One for offense and one for defense. Wouldn't that make them invincible? Zirua snorted coldly. Idiots. So what if they have extreme grade weapons? Can't you see that our emperor is here? He is a true emperor. Do you think that extreme grade weapons can compare to him? The chosen immortal race heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. It turned out that the emperor was actually related to the Z government. The Mansion Lord said, I have already sent a message to the seniors of the Permetha realm. Soon, a true unparalleled powerhouse would descend. On the Divine Union side, the members of the Blood Tribe heaved a sigh of relief. That moment just now could have killed them 10,000 times. The members of the Black Demon race were also so frightened that they knelt on the ground. The people of the Divine Union were relatively calm. They had already experienced such a scene several times. At this moment, Yen Ryu opened the treasure box. With a boom, a force enveloped her. Not good. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Could this be a trap? However, at this moment, they were shocked to discover that Yen Ryu's power had increased tremendously. With a boom, Yen Ryu's power had increased instantly. She was the 6th Crown King. This aura shocked everyone. She didn't even need to undergo a lightning tribulation. Damn it! Was this the method of an emperor? Countless people were stunned when they saw the scene. Even the Crimson Dragon and the Blood Tribe were shocked. This treasure box actually contained such power. That's great. The Morong Ching was delighted. There was still something else. Indeed, they discovered that the treasure box contained a super strong force that had allowed Yen Ryu to break through instantly and become the 6th Crown King. There were also some other things: 2 stones, a bracer, and a scroll. The Crimson Dragon hurriedly examined the 2 stones. They contained spiritual energy. The bracer was dark gold in color, but they couldn't tell what use it had. They hurriedly opened the scroll. There were words on it. Blood Soul Stone. Increases blood essence and soul. Firmament Bracer. Increases soul defense and has a 30% chance of ignoring other people's armor and striking. After everyone read it, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Increasing soul defense was a common thing. However, ignoring other people's armor was too terrifying. One must know that these quasi-emperors could form armor of laws with a single glance. Not to mention, there were other armor made of precious metals that could be worn on their bodies. In addition, there were shields, pagodas, and other weapons that could be used for defense. If one ignored these defenses and struck, they could only use their physique to withstand it. Not everyone was like Lin Xian, who had a super strong physique and a strong physique. It was very likely that one would be pierced through by a punch and be seriously injured. It was even very likely that one would die. This bracer was really too terrifying. However, there were some additions at the back. That was, it could only be used once a day. At the end, it was signed, the Soul Emperor's Artificer. Shocking, incomparably shocking. Everyone's eyes turned red. Morong Ching said, "Rui, this is the treasure box you opened. It should be given to you." Yen Ryu shook her head. "I've already broken through." "Ching, I'll give you the firmament bracer." "All right, I won't be polite then." Morong Ching was also happy. She put on the firmament bracer. On her left hand, the dark gold bracer bloomed with light. Together with her phoenix seal, she could definitely make a shocking attack. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. The people from the Great Emperor clans shouted angrily, "Hurry up and seize the other treasure boxes." In an instant, they activated their extreme weapons. What a joke! If they obtained it, it would be a great fortune. The other chosen immortal clans also attacked with all their might. The people from the Purple Mansion shouted angrily. The Purple Mansion Lord's eyes also turned red. She also took out the Dragon Cauldron. If her cultivation could break through, she would be the 7th Crown King. At that time, she would definitely be able to defeat Lin Wudi. Chapter 5707. Get out of my way. A Qilin roared into the sky. It was a furnace that suppressed everything. No one could get close to it. The Fire Qilin's eyes were red. He also wanted to break through and become the 6th Crown King. On the other side, the ancient Void Scripture also unleashed its power and attacked a treasure chest. The Yi family's Celestial Emperor Scripture also appeared. The Kuin Pung clan and the Phoenix clan also attacked. The Purple Mansion also used the Dragon Cauldron. There were only 3 treasure chests left. There weren't enough extreme grade weapons to go around. Therefore, there was a clash of extreme grade weapons. Boom! Some of the chosen immortal clan and the clan of the ancients screamed and turned into ashes. They couldn't fight against such power at all. The chosen immortal clan who had chosen sides heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had submitted to those monarch clans. Otherwise, they would have long been killed in both body and soul. However, the others who came in alone weren't so lucky. They were knocked down more than once. Then, the second clash of extreme grade weapons occurred. Previously, it was the Qilin Cauldron and the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. Next was the clash between the Gu family and the Purple Mansion. Vast extreme grade power filled the air. Everyone was shocked. The Crimson Dragons said, "Should we snatch another one?" They still had extreme grade weapons that they could use. The Morong Ching said no. Such a terrifying extreme-grade aura will probably attract more monarch power. As expected, the monarch power appeared in the depths of the ancient tomb. Boom! It covered the sky and the earth and charged over. Several extreme Dao weapons in the sky were swaying from the impact. Those from the monarch clans felt their blood boil. A few of the old men let out cries of agony as their bodies cracked open. Even more of them coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Not good. The ancient tomb suppression is coming. They quickly mobilized their extreme-grade weapons to defend themselves. Next, there was a destructive impact. The entire palace was enveloped by the monarch power. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The people who had just entered had yet to reach the Thoid Hall. They looked at this scene with incomparable horror. On the Soul Cutter's side, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Not good. He couldn't continue cultivating like this. With such a terrifying power, even Qingqing and the others would be in danger. Lin Xian prepared to go. At the same time, in the depths of the ancient tomb, there were two other groups of people. One of them was the daughter of the Soul Emperor, Han Qianshan. She seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop her. Her speed was extremely fast. She frowned when she felt the Emperor's power, but she ignored it. On the other side was the green-robed Emperor. The green-robed martial monarch and the others frowned. Behind him, 8 Crown Kings said, "What are those people fighting for?" Could it be that there was a heaven-defying treasure? The green-robed great Emperor snorted coldly. What treasures could he have? What a bunch of blind ants. The most important thing was to find the corpse of the soul ancestor. There was no light in his eyes as he stared ahead. There was a terrifying soul stele up ahead. Furthermore, the 4 soul steles were statues of the 4 great divine beasts. They formed the 4 divine beasts formation. The green-robed great emperor was about to break this terrifying formation. At this moment, 8 Crown King frowned. She was a woman. She said, "The green-robed great emperor, the Purple Mansion Lord, sent a distress signal." The great emperor didn't turn around. Instead, he said, "In that case, go ahead." The Purple Mansion Lord was Ziji's daughter. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Ziji that she was able to come out this time. Therefore, when it was time to help the Purple Mansion, he had to help. Yes, the woman, 8 Crown King, received the order and turned around to fly back. She was going to help the people of the Purple Mansion. In the 3rd palace, the Emperor's power slowly disappeared. Countless blood, mist filled the air. Under this attack, who knew how many quasi-emperors were turned into ashes? The great Emperor's family members were also pale with fear. Don't use any more extreme weapons. Previously, when Yen Ryu used an extreme weapon, it attracted the Emperor's power. However, at that time, it was only one extreme weapon. But now they had so many extreme weapons. The Emperor's power that was attracted was several times more terrifying than when Yen Ryu used it. Right now, they were almost unable to hold on. They couldn't withstand a second attack. Qilin clenched his teeth. Damn it, if only I attacked first. However, the other experts shook their heads and sighed. They had been rejoicing in their misfortune. Who would have thought that such a scene would occur? Even if we don't use our extreme weapons, we still have a foundation. At the very least, our defense is unparalleled. Let's go. Use our extreme defenses and kill our way out. We have to get a treasure box. That's right. The great Emperor's family members charged out again. The people of the Purple Mansion also attacked. When the other chosen immortal clans saw that they had no more extreme weapons, they didn't want to be outdone and joined the battle. A great battle erupted in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Some people even charged towards Morong Qingqing and the others. Although the treasure box had been opened, there were still several treasures inside. If they could get one, then this trip wouldn't have been in vain. 3 7 Crown Kings charged over. The 3 of them sneered. Die. 1 7 Crown King was already the most terrifying force. 3 7 Crown Kings working together was extremely terrifying. Yenryu and the others' expressions changed. They used extreme defenses. Extreme energy filled the air. With a clang, the 3 7-crown kings were forced back. The 7-crown kings blood boiled. However, they sneered. It's just defense. Besides, how much power do you have to continuously use your extreme weapons? The 3 of them didn't give up and continued to attack. The Hellfire Dragon said, "You're courting death." He took the lead and charged out. He actually challenged 2 7-crown kings on his own. The 2 7-crown kings roared crazily. The last one sneered. "You ants, I'll give you a chance. Attack with all your strength. If you can force me back, I'll leave. Otherwise, I will always have the opportunity to find your weakness and eliminate you all." A middle-aged man stood in the air and sneered. "Damn it," the Crimson Dragon roared. It really wanted to slap him to death. The kindred and the others felt their scalps go numb. 7-crown king was even more terrifying than young Master Tenji. Back then, young Master Tenji had beaten them to a pulp, let alone 7-crown king. They were no match for him. Yenryu said, "Ignore them. Just defend." The black-robed 7-crown king sneered. "What, you don't dare? A bunch of ants. I have plenty of time to wait for you. When I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll make you wish you were dead." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. All sorts of cold-killing intent and words appeared. The Crimson Dragon and the others' expressions were incomparably cold. Yenryu and Murong Qingqing couldn't hold back anymore. They were furious and wanted to attack. "Humph, I don't believe you won't come out." The black-robed 7-crown king sneered. These were all top prodigies. They definitely couldn't take such provocation. Soon these people would come out. Once they came out, they could instantly kill them.